I'd just like to welcome members and officers and those members of the public here on the public gallery. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Eamon to call the notice and summons of the meeting and to take members' attendance and apologies. Okay, Eamon, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Members, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Planning Committee, which will be a hybrid meeting to be conducted remotely via WebEx and also physically in the Chamber, Derry Road, Strabane, on Wednesday, the 4th of October at 2 p.m. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin. Thank you. Alderman Hussey.
Online.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
Online, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor John Boyle.
Councillor McDade.
And Shaw.
And Shaw.
And Shaw.
Here. Okay, thank you, Eamon. Next item on the agenda is the broadcasting statement for hybrid meetings. I'll read that out now as Chair. I would like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the Chamber in Strabane or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council privacy notice may be found on the Council's website. Item number 4, declaration of members' interests. Members can declare now or at any time during the course of the meeting. Any declarations at the moment? None. Okay. Moving on, item number 5, chairperson's business. Only business I have, members, is to let you know that items number 3 and number 6 have been deferred after conversations with the various officers. So that leaves us with 6 items on today's business. And the running order is as follows: number 1, number 2, number 4, number 5, number 7, and number 8. That's the running order. Does anybody want me to go through it again? No. Okay. Okay. And that's that. So next order on number 6 is matters arising from the open minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Wednesday, the 6th of September, 2023. Has anybody got any matters arising? Any members? None. Moving on, matters arising from the open minutes of the reconvened Planning Committee meeting held on Thursday, the 7th of September, 2023. Any matters arising? None. Okay. Members, before we move on to item number 8, that's the planning applications themselves. As you know, there was various late items have come out since Monday. So just to confirm, do you need a few moments, or are you happy enough that you've read all items and you're happy for the meeting to move on? Happy enough? Okay. Thank you, members. Moving on now to agenda item number 8, and that is the planning applications list. First item on the business today is number 1. That's application LA 11 stroke 2020 stroke 0549 stroke F, public greenway for use by pedestrians and cyclists to connect Derry to Elig Business Park. The recommendation on the item is to refuse, and this will be taken by Sarah. So Sarah, do you want to go ahead? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Item 1 is LA 11 2020-0549F. This is a public greenway for use by pedestrians and cyclists to connect Derry to Ela Business Park. The greenway commences at St Colum's College and continues along lands at St Colum's public footway from the Hawthorns to Templemore Road, through lands at Templemore Sports Complex to Upper Gallia Road. From Upper Gallia Road, the development continues along the line of the former Lochswilly Railway, across Skeglink Road and onto Elac Road and Elac Business Park. Officer's recommendation is to refuse permission. This application was presented to the committee meeting on the 6th of October 2021 with a recommendation to refuse permission with 7 reasons for refusal. Members voted not to accept officer's recommendation and considered that the application should be approved. In accordance with the Planning Notification of Applications Direction 2017, Council formally notified the Department on the 28th of October 2021, as it was considered that the application is a major development application which would significantly prejudice the implementation of the local development plan's objectives and policies, as a portion of the site cuts through zoned housing land H1A, and officers considered the application contrary to the LDP, as it could prejudice the future comprehensive development of the site. And there was also a significant objection by a statutory consultee, DFI Roads, as the proposals could prejudice the delivery of the A2 Buncrana Road SRI scheme. On the 6th of October 2022, correspondence was then received from the Department advising that it was not necessary for the application to be referred or called into the Department for determination, and that the holding direction is no longer in place and the Council could continue to process the application. The application is therefore now being returned to the committee for a decision. So this is the site location plan of the Northwest Greenway route. The Greenway commences at St Colum's College on Buncrana Road and extends across land down to Ela Business Park. Within members' reports, there are the detailed plans and photographs of each section of the Greenway. There are 5 different sections. Section 1 is at St Colum's College, Section 2 at the Hawthorns to Templemore Sports Complex, Section 3 Templemore Sports Complex, Section 4 is at White House Retail Park to the Skeglink Road, and Section 5 is from the Skeglink Road to Ela Business Park. So since the application was presented in October 2021, refusal reasons numbers 2 to 7, which related to the A2 Buncrana Road scheme, road safety issues, drainage infrastructure and impacts and BATs, these issues have now been addressed in the application. The agent has submitted a revised flood risk assessment and drainage assessment, road safety audits 1 and 2, cycling scheme design overview and private streets determination drawings, and clarification for National Environment Division was also provided with regards to assessment on the impacts on BATs. DFI Roads, DFI Rivers and National Environment Division no longer have any objection to the application subject to conditions, and the detail of this is set out in members' reports. The application therefore now complies with PPS 2, PPS 3 and PPS 15. So this slide just shows the Section 5 of the Greenway route, and officers are recommending refusal of the application because Section 5 of the Greenway proposal runs through zoned housing lands H1A. And this next slide just shows you the location of the H1A zoned housing lands. So in terms of the policy issues in relation to the Derry Area Plan, the SPPS and policies QD2 of PPS 7, as stated, a portion of the Greenway will run through the zoned housing lands H1A adjacent to the line of the former Lochswilly Railway line as defined in the Derry Area Plan. Housing policies within the LDP are aimed at ensuring that an adequate and continuous supply of housing land is identified to facilitate provision of housing for the city and district. Officers are of the opinion that the development of the Greenway on the zoned housing lands could prejudice the future development of the zoning for housing. Access to these lands and how H1A could in future be comprehensively developed has not been demonstrated in the application, and therefore comprehensive development of H1A zoned housing lands could be compromised. Whilst the SPPS and QD2 requires design concepts and master plans for housing, and although this application is for a Greenway, officers do consider that a concept master plan to demonstrate how the development of the Greenway would not prejudice the comprehensive development of the lands for future housing, taking into account the Greenway proposals and access to the zoned housing lands would be required. This proposal may sever and restrict access points around the H1A zoning, which could stymie comprehensive development of the site. These lands are owned by third-party landowners and therefore without agreement, and land pooling by all landowners and developers, development for housing on H1A could be prejudiced, and the proposal is therefore considered as piecemeal development. Without agreement from the landowners and a potential Section 76 planning agreement to secure the development of the lands for the Greenway, Council could prejudice the landowner's ability to fully realise the potential housing yield and accessibility around or to and from the zoning, and the overall deliverability of future housing on these zoned lands. The zoning of the lands for housing are protected in the Derry Area Plan 2011 for the delivery and yield of housing supply for the future of the district. On this basis, therefore, the proposal is contrary to the SPPS and QD2 of PPS 7. And the refusal reason is set out in the report and is also on the slide above. However, if members are still minded to approve the application, officers have provided draft conditions within members' reports. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah, for the report. Members, we have a speaker, an agent on behalf of the applicant this matter, Mr. Ken O'Sullivan. Not sure if Mr. Sullivan's online or if he's here in the chamber.
I'm
He's
online. I'm online, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. O'Sullivan, you've got 5 minutes to present, or if you want to take it now, Ken. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. My name is Ken O'Sullivan from Macadam, and I'm the project manager for the design team who are acting as the agent for this planning application. And we'd like to submit the following comments in relation to the planning officer's summary and the recommendation to refuse the planning application. I should note that my comments reiterate our response to the initial planning report and proposal to refuse this application in October 2021. We have previously stated we do not believe our proposal contravenes Planning Policy Statement 7 QD2, as this policy relates to planning applications for residential developments. And secondly, the Strategic Planning Policy Statement includes the following statement under Section 6.210, that is, zonings for future needs should take into account the importance of protecting linear open spaces, such as pedestrian and cycle routes, community greenways, former railway lines, many of which are valuable in linking larger areas of open space and providing important wildlife corridors and ecological networks. This policy statement is of particular relevance as our Greenway alignment both utilises and protects the old railway line corridor and the wildlife corridor through the H1A lands. We note that a housing master plan for these lands is not yet available, and we believe our proposals could easily be incorporated into any future housing master plan for the lands. Should a future housing master plan be developed, we would consider that the Greenway, which would provide a safe and accessible, family-friendly pedestrian cycle amenity for leisure activities and for commuting to and from Derry, would be a benefit to any future housing development. And furthermore, the applicant is currently in negotiations with landowners to acquire lands for the Greenway development through the H1A lands, which should developers agree to sell the lands to the applicant, they will be compensated accordingly. I think it's important to note that a housing master plan may never be provided for these lands, which could therefore potentially prevent any development on the site. And thus the applicant can only put forward a planning application based on certain current site conditions and the currently available information. In summary, in developing the Greenway design and alignment, we have considered the current planning policy, we have assessed a number of alignment options through these lands. We have undertaken public consultation on route alignment options, which has supported an offline Greenway alignment along the railway corridor. And therefore, we feel the proposals which we have put forward is the only viable option which will not prejudice any future housing master plan. We would respectfully suggest that the Planning Committee could uphold their decision of 2021 to approve this planning application. Thank you, members, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, Ken, thank you for your presentation. We just stay online there. I'm going to ask members now if they wish to ask any questions as a result of your presentation. Okay, Councillor Jackson, go ahead there.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Ken, for your presentation. Ken, just a quick question. You mentioned this application could, in your opinion, protect the railway track bed. along, is it phase 5 of the site? Could you elaborate a wee bit more on that in relation to how the track bed would be protected as a result of this application? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Ken, you can go ahead there.
Yeah, so it's not as such the track bed, it's the corridor, the railway corridor. So the railway corridor might be, you know, as historically constructed, might be of the order of maybe 10 to 15 meters wide. Our greenway is 3 meters wide footway, and it'll have a meter wide verge either side. So by constructing a greenway along that corridor, you know, the corridor has been established. It's there clearly visible on site. There's a clear sort of track through that site, and by constructing the greenway along that line, we protect the corridor, the railway corridor. Obviously, there'll be modern construction practices will need to be undertaken to build the greenway, but the corridor itself would be retained and would be part of the fabric, I suppose, of any future development should it occur, and should the greenway be constructed.
Thank you, Ken. Councillor Jackson, any follow-up? No. Councillor John Boyle, go ahead there.
Thank you, Chair. Kevin, thanks. Thanks for your presentation. Kevin, just one question. It's not really a question. It's just, could you reiterate, you referenced the SPPS and specifically aspects of protection for greenways and open spaces, etc. Could you read that out for us again? I don't have it here in front of me right now, just so as I understand fully what that was saying again.
Yeah, go ahead there.
Yeah, so it's section 6.210 of the strategic planning policy statement, and it states that zonings for future needs should take into account the importance of protecting linear open spaces such as pedestrian cycle routes, community greenways and former railway lines, many of which are valuable in linking larger areas of open space and providing important wildlife corridors and ecological networks. So we would argue that any future master plan that should be developed for the site would need to, you know, based on that planning policy statement, would need to take into account the former railway line. It would need to take into account perhaps the greenway if it was constructed, and it would need to protect that linear open space which is existing on the site. So any future development, as I said, for a housing master plan would need to reflect and would need to incorporate the former railway line to be in accordance with that planning policy statement. And our greenway, you know, just reinforces that and reinstates that sort of that policy statement.
Help enough, Councillor Boyle, yeah. Okay, Ken, I'm going to bring on Alderman Derek Hussey. He's got his hand up on the screen there, so go ahead, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ken. Your reference in your presentation has been towards the housing element. Have you any comment reference the DFI A2 issues? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Okay, Ken, do you want to answer that? Thank you.
Well, I understand, Alderman Hussey, that the issue in relation to the A2 and the initial sort of correspondence with DFI has been resolved, and as far as I understand, it's not. It has been addressed in the correspondence over the last couple of years since the application first came before the committee.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Hussey. Thank you, Ken. Any other members, any questions? No more questions for you, Ken. I'm going to pass now to questions for Sarah. Any members wish to? Councillor Boyle.
Sarah, thanks for the presentation. Takes a wee bit of memory going back. Obviously, we've seen this 2 years ago, or roughly that anyway. Sarah, just so we're all clear, in reference to representations that would have been received, because clearly, you know, there is only now one reason for refusal, whereas previously there had been 7. There have been no representations from landowners, according to the papers that we have in front of us. Just so as we're clear about that, because if I don't know, if I was a landowner and I had an interest in this, I may well want to be the kind of person who would make a representation. And just to be clear that there are none.
That's correct, through the chair, and no representations were received in the processing of the application.
Thank you, Sarah. Any further questions, Councillor Boyle? Any follow-ups? No. Any other members have any questions for the officer?
Chair.
Alderman Hussey, yeah, just getting to you now. Go ahead there.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sarah. I find this actually quite embarrassing. It's a council application and it's our own planning department, and we're talking about the LDP, which is being developed by our planning department. However, in past applications, we've been told that the relevant planning procedure is via the current area plan. I presume that this is referring to the LDP as the one that is being developed and is not yet enacted. So how is that relevant then to the current Derry City area plan? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Alderman Hussey. I'll just ask Sarah. She can answer that for you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to the chair. The recommended reason for refusal is actually under the Derry Area Plan 2011. The site is zoned housing land, and officer's opinion is that the proposed greenway route through this current zoned housing land as defined in the current Derry Area Plan would be piecemeal development and could prejudice the future development of this zoning. So there's no, I suppose it's of the current area plan, which is the relevant area plan, which the application has been assessed.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, sir, that was my misunderstanding, because I'm looking at LDP, which, as you know, is currently being developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Alderman Hussey. That's been clarified by Sarah. So one last opportunity for questions to the officers. No? Okay, thank you, Sarah. So members, there's a recommendation. Councillor Jackson, if you want to come in there, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I suppose this has been discussed at length, and I suppose the frustrations that have been highlighted by Alderman Hussey were previously highlighted by members of the committee, and I'm encouraged by the approach from DFI, who respect the decision of this committee, and my only frustration in relation to that is that it's taken so long from DFI taking that decision before this was returned to committee. But I understand that there was quite a lot of issues in relation to A2 that have been overcome since then. So from my perspective, in a way, as somebody who supported the original application, didn't accept the officer's recommendation in relation to piecemeal development and how this could hamper the H1A zoning. It was very strongly expressed that in terms of encouraging modal shift, that we should encourage green infrastructure, and we should be promoting green infrastructure and incorporating green infrastructure as part of any residential development. And this is something, as part of this application, we've seen that this could be a benefit to a potential housing application on running alongside or incorporating the Greenway within it. So if anything, since that application was originally decided upon by a previous committee, some of the concerns that we did have in relation to the A2 have been addressed. So, and with the additional quote on the SPPS in relation to protecting the greenways and the railway routes, I would be content to propose that we don't accept the officer's recommendation at this stage, and that we approve the application in line with the previous direction that's been set by this committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I know there's reasons contained in your narrative before you made the proposal. Councillor John Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. Well, in a similar vein to Councillor Jackson, I mean, as I already stated, Chair, there were originally 7 reasons for refusal. We're now down to 1. Having listened to the agent in relation to that one reason for refusal. I am convinced myself as well, again, same as Councillor Jackson, that the SPPS 6.210 will override on this particular occasion, and that for me would be reason enough for us to overturn the recommendation here today. In relation to piecemeal development of greenways, I can't think of a greenway that was never developed in a piecemeal manner. It just seems to be the nature of the beast, that's what happens with greenways. And as already stated, and I don't want to just keep repeating, but you know, I would see this as a benefit for future housing development on the lands at H1A. I wouldn't see it as an impediment. I can't imagine how it would be, given that we are in the business of trying to encourage people to use greenways, move about in different ways to what we do now, and take people off the roads and encourage them to cycle and walk, etc. So for me, it's actually a very positive development. If I mean, I can't speak for the persons who own the land there, but they haven't objected. They have made no representation to say that they have any great degree of concern, certainly at this point. And as I said, I think it presents an opportunity for the development of homes in that part of the development land area. So I'm happy to second the proposal from Councillor Jackson based on that. And I think, as I said, SPPS 6.210 can override on this particular occasion.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd, for seconding the proposal by Councillor Jackson with your reasons endorsed as well. So there is a proposal on the floor which has been seconded by Councillor John Boyle, proposed by Councillor Jackson. So, can we take it a vote, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is item LA11 2020-0549, and the proposal is to approve the application. We have an apology from Alderman Breslin.
To overturn the
recommendation. Overturn the officer recommendation, my apologies. We have an apology from Alderman Breslin. Alderman Hussey.
What?
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
I'll abstain, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you. Councillor John Boyd. Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming. 4. Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher. Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
4.
Thank you. We have an apology from Councillor McDade. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Another 4.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Patrick Murphy. And we have an apology from Councillor Needis. We have 10 for and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Eamon. Sorry, Councillor Jackson, did you want to come on there? Just to thought
No, and Chair, and I appreciate that you had already called the vote at that stage, but it was just to clarify that as part of the proposal, I was content with the draft conditions that were provided as part of our report.
Okay, that's duly noted. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Okay, members, that's the first application has been disposed of. So we're going to move on to item number 2 on the applications list, and that is application LA11 2020-0918/F. It's a proposed residential redevelopment of a site at demolition of existing buildings on site, development of 1 basement dwellings and 13 dwellings at Darlene Park, Derry City. The recommendation is to refuse the application from the officers, and it'll be Rosie taking this application. So go ahead, Rosie. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 2 is LA11 2020-0918F. This is the proposed redevelopment of the site for residential development. It incorporates demolition of existing buildings on site, the development of 1 replacement dwelling and 13 new dwellings, giving 14 dwellings in total on lands at 64 Culmore Road, Derry. The application is before members today as the recommendation is to refuse permission, and because more than 5 objections have been received. Members, you'll remember that this application was scheduled for a presentation last month, but the application wasn't heard as we had received information from the applicant team in July. and this hadn't been uploaded to the portal. So to allow neighbours an opportunity to consider that information, to provide comment if they wanted, the application wasn't heard at last month's committee. So in the meantime, we've received 11 further objections. So the total number of representations received is 81. There's been 74 letters of objection from 14 neighbours and 7 letters of support. This is the location of the site at 64 Culmore Road. It's in a predominantly residential area with St Elmo's to the southwest and Darlene Park surrounding the site then on the other boundaries. This is just a photograph of the site from the Culmore Road, and due to its topography, it occupies a prominent position when viewed from Culmore Road. There's limited vegetation on the frontage, which gives you clear views up into the site. This is the existing access position, which will be closed up and moved further to the north this direction. So the site boundaries are defined by mature trees along St Elmo's on this boundary and Darlene Park on this side. And members, you'll be aware from the planning report that the trees on the site are protected by a tree preservation order, which was confirmed by the planning committee on the 3rd of November 2022. This slide just shows the layout of the proposed dwellings on site. So we have a central access road with the dwellings arranged around that. There's 6 detached and 8 semi-detached dwellings, and there's a mix of house types proposed. I'm just going to go through a selection of these because they're detailed in the planning report. And you'll note from the report that the design and the size of the dwellings are considered to be acceptable by officers on the site. This slide just summarises the consultation responses that have been received. There have been no objections from our consultees, and where appropriate conditions have been provided. In respect of the representations, as I've said, there's 81 representations received, and these are available to view in the planning portal. I'm going to go through these, just summarise the objections received, but there's one point that I just wanted to draw to members' attention, that objectors had raised the issue that a number of the objections as they're recorded on the planning portal say not available. So the objector's concern was that they then couldn't be read by any interested parties. But we'd just like to assure the objectors and members that they are available to view in the planning portal, and that officers have given full consideration to the concerns that have been raised. They're detailed in the planning report, and just in summary, the concerns raised related to the separation distance between the dwellings and the boundaries with Darlene Park, accuracy of the plans. There's been a number of amendments to the plans received, and officers do consider that the plans are shown to be accurate. Objectors are concerned that the development is out of character and results in overdevelopment. They had concerns regarding design, impact on the trees, road safety, traffic congestion, and the possibility of accidents, pedestrian safeties both within the site and on the Culmore Road. There was insufficient parking provided, impacts on biodiversity. There's reduced efficiency of solar panels on one of the objectors' properties. There's an issue where there was concern regarding sewage capacity and who would bear the cost for the sewer extension. Concerns regarding surface water flooding and reference to an approval granted at 7 Steelstown Road. In addition to the objections received, members, we have received 7 letters of support, and these are considered that the development results in good design. It's located in a good location with good transport links. It supports the retention of mature trees. The developer will contribute to the stormwater upgrade, disagrees with the objectors, and that the development will result in economic benefit. Members, you'll note there's 8 reasons for refusal presented, but officers would like to point out that whilst refusal is recommended, the development of the site for housing is acceptable. We consider it's acceptable in principle. So the reasons for refusal are detailed in the report, but in summary, they relate to officers consider that the development of the site for 14 dwellings results in overdevelopment, detrimental impact on TPO trees, detrimental impact on residential amenity of prospective occupier due to the proximity to the trees, that the private amenity space is not of an acceptable quality due to its proximity to the boundaries and the trees on the boundaries, that the layout will have an unacceptable effect on the amenity of the existing properties in St Elmo's in terms of overdominance and overshadowing, and that the pattern of development is out of keeping with the overall character of the environmental quality of the area. So taking account of the close spacing between the proposed dwellings, the scale, massing and number, and the constraints imposed by its sloping nature and the protected trees, it's considered that the development as proposed would erode the character and amenity of the existing area through overdevelopment. The layout and arrangement of the buildings on site as submitted is considered to result in unsatisfactory overdevelopment of the site. So a significant consideration has been the impact of the development on the protected trees and the impact of the trees to the development itself. This map is just showing the extent of the TPO, that is the tree preservation order that's on the site. And this photo then just shows those trees on the site boundary. Officers have engaged extensively with the agent regarding our concerns in respect of the development and the impact on the trees, and we thank the agent for the engagement that we've had. And we acknowledge there's been a reduction of initially proposed 19 dwellings to 14 dwellings, but we still have concerns that the site is overdeveloped. So the agent has proposed a number of mitigations to protect the trees, including there's a requirement on the boundary with Darlene Park to provide retaining walls because of the sloping nature of the site. So the plans show that those walls are outside the root protection area. And in a couple of areas here, there's the use of paving called geocell paving. And the blue dotted line there on that map indicates an exclusion zone during construction to protect the trees. But we still consider that the development is very close to the trees. In respect of this slide, you can see that it's necessary to remove trees protected by the tree preservation order to provide the development as proposed. This grouping in particular here will be removed to facilitate the development. And it's considered that if the trees were considered first and they informed the layout, that there wouldn't be a requirement to remove those trees to facilitate the development. So officers should consider that a combination of the number of dwellings proposed, their layout and arrangement on the site, and their proximity to the trees is likely to mean that occupants of the proposed dwellings are likely to suffer unacceptable impact on their residential amenity. The proximity to these very tall trees is likely to result in residents experiencing overbearing domination, overshadowing, safety concerns, and psychological resentment, which may result in requests to have the trees cut back, lopped, topped, or removed for safety reasons. And in many instances, these trees lie outside the ownership or control of the applicant. This slide just shows that the proximity of the trees there. Now, this red dotted line, if you can see that, where the cursor is there, that shows where the root protection area is of the trees. So there's actually a large part of the dwelling for a large number of these, for 8 of the dwellings anyway. A substantial part of their gardens lies within the root protection zone, and tree are lying under the canopy of the trees. So it's likely that the domestic use of the gardens will result or will impact on the health and survival of the trees in the long term. You'll also be aware, members, from the report that a number of retaining walls are required on the site because it slopes. And our concern is that the retaining walls and the domestic use of the gardens, that combined impact is likely to result detrimentally on the root protection area of the trees, so they're impacting on their long-term health and survival. So when officers consider the residential amenity of the future occupiers of the proposed dwellings will be adversely affected by proximity to the trees, and that the health and vitality of the trees will be impacted by proximity to the dwellings. In respect of the private amenity space, we do acknowledge that the dwellings are provided with sufficient space in terms of the requirements as set out in creating places. But officers' concerns regarding the quality and usability of the space is due to a combination of proximity to the trees on the boundaries and overshadowing. So in terms of overshadowing, on the boundary with St Elmo's, given the sun path, the proximity to the houses is likely to result in these gardens being overshadowed for much of the day. And similarly, on the boundary with Darlene Park, the gardens are likely to be overshadowed by a combination of the height of the dwellings, which are around 8.8, almost 9 metres in height, the restricted depth of the gardens, which is 7.5 to 8 metres, and the east-facing aspect. So the usability of the gardens for these large family homes is reduced due to their sloping nature, the location under the tree canopy and overshadowing. So as a result, a quality amenity space is not considered to have been provided. There's an issue of overdominance, particularly on the boundary with St Elmo. So while the site slopes to Culmore Road, it also slopes down towards St Elmo, but it is sitting at a higher level than St Elmo's. So one of the sites that we particular concern about there, just as an example, is at site number 9, where the garden area is approximately, as we read it from the plans anyway, it's 1.85 metres higher than the garden area or the level at St Elmo's. So once you have the dwelling then is 8.8 metres high. So it gives the perception from St Elmo that you're dealing with you've got a dwelling that's almost 10 metres in height. Facing onto you. There's also the issue that at this particular point, the trees on the boundary, the existing trees in the boundary, are not likely to survive and may have to be removed. So the intention is to place obscure glazing in the bedroom window at that first floor level, which isn't a good solution for a bedroom, and especially given that it's the only window serving the bedroom or that room in that house. We also had concern regarding the pattern of development, which isn't in keeping with the established residential character of the area. The layout adjacent to St Elmo's and Darlene Park, and there's 3 recently constructed dwellings at Culmore Road. These are accessed by roads that are located discreetly along the site boundaries. Sorry if I just move on to this slide. Whereas the proposal for the application site is for the central access road to serve the site, and that'll be very clearly viewed from Culmore Road. So officers consider the proposal is likely to result in unacceptable damage to the local character, environmental quality and residential amenity of the area. So members, in conclusion, having considered planning policy, the consultation responses, objectors' concerns, it's recommended that the development is refused for the reasons set out in the planning report. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Rosemary, for that presentation. So I'm going to move on, members, to, according to my list here, we have several objectors to this application. So I'm going to call forward Mr. Brian and Marie Humphreys and Tina Ryan. So you want to just, Dawn, make yourself known to Dawn, and she'll bring you in there. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Sorry.
Sorry, is it Tina? Is it? Are you Tina? Marie. Okay, Marie. Well, thank you. Anyway, as you think you probably explained, you've got 5 minutes to present the committee. So, okay, take it away. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak today on behalf of residents of Darlene Park who object to this proposal for this development. I'd specifically like to address the contents of the document produced by Mr. David Dalzell, dated the 4th July 2023, which attempts to overturn the validity of the 8 refusal reasons that were recommended by the Planning Department. We found quite a number of inaccuracies and misrepresentations in that document, and a fuller document is available on the portal, so I hope you've had a chance to read it. The most striking misrepresentation with Mr. Dalzell's marketing pitch is that he consistently states justification and comparison for the proposal with the density of the adjoining development at St Elmo's, At no time does he even mention comparison with Darlene Park and the redevelopment within the boundary of 66 Culmore Road. This is significant because Darlene Park surrounds 64 Moorcote Road on two boundaries, to the north and to the east. Therefore, the only appropriate density comparison that should be used here is with the density of the homes in Darlene Park and the adjoining property on 66 Culmore Road. We've done the maths. We used the area of Darlene Park and 66 Culmore Road collectively and divided it by the number of homes in both areas. So that gives you an average of the character and density of the real surrounding area. When we applied the same density factor to the area of 64 Culmore Road, the magic number resulted was a maximum of 6 homes and not 14. This clearly demonstrates that there is no equivalence whatsoever with the true character and density of the surrounding area, which is Darlene Park. St Elmo's is not a justification for this overdevelopment proposal. I just want to clarify that residents of Darlene Park are not opposed to development on 64 Culmore Road, but we strongly and robustly object to this development plan. If developers were to propose a plan for 6 1- or 2-story homes on the site, I'd suggest there'd be minimal, if any, objections from the local area. The report attempts to divert attention from the true landscape and character of the local area by focusing only on the St Elmo's development. The updated planning regulations of 2010, i.e. PPS 7 addendum, safeguarding the character of established residential areas, was introduced in part to prevent overdevelopment of areas like St Elmo's, so we should not be repeating the mistakes of the past. The current proposal attempts to shoehorn 14 3-story buildings with minimal amenity space into an environment where there are 29 trees in Darlene Park along the eastern edge of the site, which are the subject of TPOs, and a further 16 subject to TPOs on the site of 64 Culmore Road itself, and they abut the homes in Darlene Park. In his response relating to separation of buildings with TPOs, Mr. Dalzell concluded that there is adequate separation between buildings and TPO trees. Is adequate acceptable as part of the definition of the City Council's objective to provide good quality homes? When trees with TPOs might be compromised by a development such as this, where does the accountability lie for a scenario like a falling tree? For safety reasons, are the buildings located outside the fall area? Some of the protected trees are over 6 meters high, and if they fell, could cause catastrophic damage to property or indeed loss of life. Where would that accountability lie if this scenario were to occur? And that question does need to be answered. It's notable that the preservation of trees has been supported by both objectors and supporters of this proposal, who expressed concern that the trees should not be compromised. The real problem here is the development proposal and not the trees. Trees have feelings as well. When speaking of sustainability, Mr. Dalzell suggests that the development is essential to support the Council's achievement of its objective to provide for approximately 9,000 new good quality homes by 2032. In the last 5 years, planning has already been approved for approximately 7,700 homes in major developments. That doesn't include smaller developments. The current plans are very much on track for achieving that objective. This development proposal is not part of that solution. People of this city deserve a place they can call home, where they have the space to enjoy a good quality of life and enable their families to live and not merely exist by being shoehorned into tiny spaces. Comments related to overdevelopment of the site states that there's a mix of housing development in this part of the Culmore Road. Apart from St Elmo's, every plot in Darlene Park and homes between Madam's Bank Road and Greenhow Road are individually designed. There is no mix. Mr. Dalzell also states that buildings in the plan have been pulled forward from the boundary, again referring only to St Elmo's. Here's a fact. The latest plan shows that they have moved closer to Darlene Park by 3 metres. So my final point relates to a major issue that affects all residents who need access to Darlene Park and 66 Culmore Road, and indeed any development that takes place on the side of 64. And that's safe access and egress to and from the very busy Culmore Road. If this plan is agreed in its current form, there will be major road safety issues due to the volume of traffic requiring access by the very small entrance to and from the Culmore Road. So in conclusion, I therefore urge you, as our elected representatives, to look beyond the smoke and mirrors of this marketing of this development and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Humphreys. Could you just sit there for a second?
course.
Because there may be questions. I'm going to ask members if there's any questions that they may want to ask you now. So members, it's your opportunity if you want to ask Ms Humphreys any questions. Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ms Humphreys. You referenced a calculation that you carried out in relation to space requirements around Darlene Park and 64 Colmore Road. Were those calculations carried out with the exception of 64 Colmore Road? Because when you look at the overhead, 64 Colmore Road is certainly the exception rather than the norm in terms of development pattern. So it does seem that it could, or you could see the potential where those figures could be skewed if you incorporated the space that currently exists around 64 Colmore Road. So was there another calculation done that didn't include the pattern of development that exists at 64 Colmore Road?
So I'm not sure I understand the question. What we did was we calculated the area of Darlene Park in its completeness right around all the borders. And we also included 66 Colmore Road, where there's a recent development of 3 individual houses. And currently there's the original house, which is being developed. That's not there. But we actually included that. So that actually came out to 16 houses altogether. And that's what we divided by the area within Darlene Park to get that figure that we then extrapolated into the area of 64 Colmore Road. So that's how we came to that number.
Are you happy enough, Councillor Jackson, or do you need more?
No, apologies, and it may be my confusion whenever it was 66 Colmore Road rather than the 64. So no, apologies for that.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any other members wish to come in on this matter? No? Well, thank you, Ms Humphreys. There's no questions here, so would you like to just take a seat back down to the gallery again? Thank you very much. I think Dawn will take you out there. Thank you. Thank you for presenting today. Members, going to move on now for questions for the applicant. So I'm going to ask either John Cole, David Dalzell, and Eben Simpson. Do you want to come forward there? Dawn will take you in there. Thank you. Just want to grab a seat there, just at those green seats there. Thank you. As you know, there's 5 minutes allocated here, so I don't know what way you're going to split it up. There's 3 of these there, so who's going to do the talking there? Is it David? Is it?
Chair, yes, I'm going to share the speaking time with Mr. Simpson and Mr. Coles here to answer any questions of technical nature that may arise.
Okay, David. Well, Dawn's going to start the clock there. You have 5 minutes, and we'll let you know when your time's up. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm David Dalzell, Chartered Landscape Architect and Planning Consultant for the application. I'm accompanied by Edmund Simpson, the applicant, and John Cole, the Agent Architect and Lead Designer, who's also here to answer any questions. We don't accept the Planning Officer's recommendation to refuse this application. As you're aware, the independent examination into the Local Development Plan Draft Plan Strategy is concluding this week. As the draft plan process moves forward, there will be pressure on undeveloped greenfield and countryside all around this city to be zoned for development. 9,000 new homes are to be provided by 2032, and this rises to 12,000 when the 5 years supply post the plan period is taken into account. We must continue to prioritise the redevelopment of urban sites like this application site to take the pressure off more sensitive areas. This is not a high density scheme. It's a high quality, medium density development of traditional family homes. It has been reduced from the initial 19 units to 14 units before you today. There have been concerns raised about density, and while Darlene Park is low density, St Elmo, immediately to the west of the application site and sharing a road frontage with the site on Colmore Road, is 30 dwellings per hectare. And there are new houses in the garden of number 66 to the north and number 66 has more recently in March been approved to be subdivided into semi-detached 2 houses. At 22 units per hectare, this is not high density. To apply a comparable density to Darling Park on this site is simply not sustainable and will not promote the efficient and sustainable reuse of previously developed land. This has been planning policy for years. In addition to St Elmo, the site of 66 Culmore Road, other comparative developments in the vicinity include Drumleary and Culmore Road at 23 to the hectare, Greenhall Manor at 27 to the hectare, Rosewood Lane at 17 to the hectare, Cypress Grove at 33 to the hectare. So the principle of higher densities is therefore well established in this area. This previously developed site is in a predominantly residential area, so this is an entirely appropriate form of development. It is located along a key transport corridor, the A2 Culmore Road. It is well located within the settlement limits and convenient to all local facilities, including shops, churches, schools and public transport. Accessibility to public transport links, footpaths and greenways reduces reliance on the private car and transport into the city. There is appropriate separation distance and boundary treatments with proposed supplementary planting along boundaries shared with adjacent established housing. Private amenity of neighbouring residents will not be compromised. The scheme has been designed around existing trees from the outset with protection measures such as no-go root protection zones and canopies strictly respected. These tree protection techniques are well-established techniques and are enforced elsewhere in the city where there's TPOs and elsewhere. Many of the trees are pines which let plenty of light through their canopies, which are high. And it's been mentioned in the case officer's presentation about the younger trees, but it's also mentioned in the case officer's report that the loss of younger trees may be considered acceptable. Developer-funded tree work will ensure the longevity of the existing trees for future generations. The applicant wants to conserve the existing trees. They provide a setting and maturity for the scheme at the outset. Dwellings have a variety of garden sizes, provide choice, which is nearly double the minimum standards. Parking is contained within the site and there's no overspill into the surrounding road network. Finally, for me, before I head over to Mr Simpson, the planners have failed to consider Annex E of the PPS 7 addendum, which promotes increased housing density in the right place, in this case along an arterial route with good public transport links. All statutory consultees are content, including DFI roads, and NI water regarding that. It's particularly welcome that this site can be developed when other developments in parts of the city are being held up to sewerage capacity issues. This scheme can be started immediately with a developer-led storm drain connection to relieve the combined sewerage system. As the proposed high quality and sustainable development meets planning policy and published guidance and is in line with wider government strategy to develop the urban area first, as a council with a new local development plan emerging, the challenge is to find sustainable locations for new housing in the city. Sustainable development of sites such as this will help take the pressure off development on the urban edge and the countryside. And through the chair, we respectfully ask that the members approve this proposal today. And I'll hand over to Mr Simpson.
Okay, go ahead there, yeah.
Is that on or? Oh. David's pointed out that the application is planning compliant. Now, this basically all the objections are surrounding TPA, tree protection. That was the first thing we done when we set out to do the planning on the site, was to ensure the trees were protected, and we engaged with a horticulturist to make sure this was protected. I think if this is refused today, it will lead to the destruction of trees, because no one will come before. Sorry? Well, I better just finish the sentence.
Thank you, Don. If you just want to maybe just conclude your remarks there.
If you refuse today, no one will come near planning with any trees on their site. And this will have the unintended consequences of the destruction of trees, which I'm a big proponent for. As I say, the trees are an integral part of the attraction of this site. I would just one thing, the combined sewer. We have far too many combined sewers in Derry. So today, with the rain that you're seeing, we will be pumping sewage into the void. This is a small part of the thing, but separates foul from surface water. And I think that should be, this should be done all over the city. And we have a big problem in Derry because we have largely a combined system.
Okay, Mr Simpson, we'll thank you. All right, thanks. David, do you want to take the seat again, just in case there may be any questions? Okay, members, well, you've heard the presentations there from the applicant and his agent. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Dalzell or Mr. Simpson? Councillor Leonard, go ahead there.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. Just it was mentioned earlier there about the health and safety risk to the homes from the high trees. How would you deal with that? Reduce it or even eliminate it? There's any way you can deal with that risk?
Thank you. Through the chair to answer that. The trees were inspected at the outset by Dr. Philip Blackstock, horticulturalist, and his report with recommendations for tree work was submitted with the application. But actually the high trees, the pine trees along the boundary with Darlene Park actually are in good condition, and with those, there's no work required on those, so they are actually in good condition. So it's good at this point, at this juncture, to have a assessment, as we've done at the outset, on the trees and their health and condition. And there's tree work recommended for other trees that are within the site, and that work would be done at the outset. As I say, then that helps to ensure the longevity of the trees for the future.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You okay, Councillor Leonard?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Any of our members have any questions for the agent or applicant?
Thank you. James, regarding the TPO, and I can agree that it has the potential that every tree in the country will be felled before there's an application ever made, if it's a solid policy. But what I would ask the applicants and people in front of us is, it doesn't appear that your approach and the planner's approach around the protection and the TPOs has reconciled. So there seems to be, clear blue water between the two around density and threat to trees and height of trees and all that. So when you're advocating today, and your plans of preserving and protecting the trees, it doesn't seem to have reconciled before this process that we've got to today. So I wonder, can there be any elaboration around the processes you've undertaken, but it doesn't appear to agree with the planners, and hence we've got this refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Do you want to give that, David? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, respond to that. Our approach and the approach from the design at the outset is the first thing that was done on this site was the tree survey, the topographical survey of the trees, and then the accurate tree survey, and that's passed to the arboriculturist. And the next stage is the arboriculturist defines the root protection area and the tree canopy, and that's plotted onto the drawings in detail. And the British Standard 5837 2012, which we worked to in terms of development, and we've applied this and elsewhere, my own experience, Brigade Road in Limavady, where you respect the root protection area and the canopy of the trees, and that forms your construction exclusion zone or root protection area, which is essentially the same thing. So at the outset, that's your limit of development. And whenever you're developing the site, that's where your tree protection fence should go up on day one to protect the trees. So in terms of the design then is within that area. So to use the standard, the British standard, that root protection area is your building line. So therefore, inside that can be developed. And therefore, to make the most efficient and sustainable use of the site, that then the layout is derived from that. That is the available space for development within.
Happy enough, Councillor Gallagher? Do you have any follow-up? Okay. Okay. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, Chair. David, I know this application has changed a number of times. Was originally for 19, then 15, and now 14 dwellings. Just wouldn't mind a wee bit more information around the rationale, and what went through the applicant's mind in terms of the process of coming to the decision and the revised drawings.
Sorry, Mr. Simpson, can you maybe sit in that chair there, maybe, and turn on your mic? Thank you. Yep, just for the record, thank you.
You're doing a review of your planning, and you've done it in 2017, and you had a thing produced in terms of the engagement, and which recommended the engagement of planners with developers. In this particular case, our architect came forward with 19 houses. Then planners were basically indicating overdevelopment. So then it was reduced to 15. Then it was reduced to 40. Then the sizes of the houses were reduced. But at no point did the planners engage in terms of tell us where the bottom was. You know, is the bottom 6 according to the objectors? I don't know where the bottom is. And you're doing a report at the minute, and you've already done one in 2017, that says that there must be much more constructive engagement between developer, planners, and council. Now, the law is that we can't talk to any of the committee here before we come in here. And the whole thing leads to a very disjointed approach to the whole planning thing. And hopefully it'll change in the future, because I have a big fear for Derry in terms of we have less jobs than we had in 2010. The city is, I've just been to Letterkenny where I went to school, and the amount of industry there would put us to shame. You know, I think we have a big problem, bigger than this site and whether this site's approved or not, but we have a big problem in our city in terms of trying to get economic development. So, as I say, we don't know where the bottom is on this application. And what would and planners, I don't know why, but you know, the TPO was a bit of a ridiculous thing in a sense that we were protecting the trees. The TPO was rushed out in May, and like it was even stuck on one tree in St Elmo's, which is dangerous.
I just sort of cut across there, sorry, but
Yeah.
something I think Councillor Jackson's asking you about the change in the.
Well,
and
we
the actual
have,
plans,
but
so
the answer is we don't know
we
where
don't
the
know
bottom
where it
is.
So you happy enough with that, Councillor Jackson? Or do you have any follow-up?
No, I'm happy enough with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other members, any questions about the ask, either Mr. Dalziel or Mr. Simpson? No. Okay, gentlemen, sorry. I think there was no more questions from members, so you want to take a seat back in the gallery again, and then we can move on to the applications. Thank you. Okay, move on to Rosie. Does anybody want any questions? They ask Rosie, the officer here. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Chair, I was listening very intently to objectors and applicants there. And I suppose when the applicant spoke there now, and I don't know, maybe officers can't answer this question. I'm going to ask it anyway, and I apologise if it's a tough one to answer. Have we any idea where the bottom might be in terms of, to quote the applicant? Because as pointed out in the papers, and again, Councillor Jackson's repeated it there, it started out at 19 and worked its way down now to what we've got at the minute, and perhaps that is an unfortunate situation for everybody to find themselves in, because obviously if there was a bottom here, then that might inform people who live in the neighbourhood, the objectors who clearly don't support this, and it may well also have been of some considerable use to the applicant on this particular occasion. As I said, there may well not be an answer to it, but it's a question worth asking. The objectors said they would have no problem with 6. Our officers are saying this is overdevelopment. There are other reasons there, of course. There are 8 reasons for refusal, but do we have any idea what a site like this would perhaps garner in a neighbourhood like this?
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I think that's a fair question to ask, given the answer provided by Mr. Simpson when he was given his evidence before the committee. So, Rosie, would you like to try and answer that for Councillor Boyle? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose the starting point is what's before us. And we have had, as I've said, many meetings and lots of engagement with the applicant team. For us, 19 reduced to 14, it still represents overdevelopment for us. We don't undertake generally to try to redesign a scheme for anybody. We point out what the issues were, as we've consistently done. We may find that 6 are too few on the site. It might be just enough, but it needs to be set out on plans and demonstrated so that you can see proximity to the trees, where your road goes, the amenity space that you've got, the space between the buildings. It's a lot of, you know, redesign and a scheme. So as I've said, we might be able to achieve more than 6 on the site. That might be just about what the site can take. So I don't know if that answers your question at all. It is a difficult one. We don't set out to redesign, I suppose, effectively. The scope is there for the developer to propose the amendments to us. But I think as it sits before us with 14, it's quite clearly too many on this particular site.
Can I just cut on there, sorry, Councillor Boyle? Based on your question there, Rosie, and based on Councillor Boyle's question there, I think maybe what I'm failing to understand is how do you objectively evaluate that application on that basis? Is there any parameters you have or any metric? I think if you're going to suggest 14, and I think what maybe Councillor Boyle was saying is, what objective evaluation or metrics or parameters do you use to say, when we're going to settle on 14? Or because I think Mr. Dalzell, when he was given his own evidence there, was saying that there was comparators, i.e. like the other new estates around Comor, like Drumleary and things like that there. But what tool or what metric do you use as such? Do you say, given the acreage of that site, whatever, and the proposed plans or whatever sort of types of houses, what do you land on as a number? I think it was maybe Councillor Boyle was trying to. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. You've got the mix there of St Elmo's, which is at a higher density than Darlene Park. We've, as set out in the report, the application site, the density that's on the application site is between the two. So what we're looking at here, you might find that on many sites that density might be entirely acceptable on a site that didn't have the constraints that this one has, both in terms of the trees that are on the boundaries, the slope and nature of the site. So the density in and of itself may not be unacceptable on another site, but it is unacceptable on this site. I suppose what would be ideal is if development sites had a defined density on them. This has one house on it, so we wouldn't have a defined density for a site like this. It's not on zoned housing lands as such, but yes, so it's the constraints that are on this site in particular that make this one difficult.
So essentially each application is assessed on its own merits, topography, all these factors are, so in a way there's...
If I could just say as well, that, I mean,
go ahead.
Once the site there's technical standards that have to be met as well to put in the road into that site. So once you put the road in, at the technical space that it has to be, plus your footway, you're coming to 9 meters there. So there's a fixed point within the site. Then you've got the trees that are another constraint on the boundaries, and the development then has been fitted in around that. So that imposes, I suppose, the layout and then the size of your amenity space and the spacing around the dwellings and that as well.
Okay, well, thank you, Rosemary. That was very helpful for... Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, Councillor Boyd, do you want to come in there?
Just briefly, Chair, and look, Rosie, thanks for answering that question, actually, because you did answer it. I know it was a difficult one to answer. Simply put, as I interpret that, and it was my interpretation, and part of the reason I asked the question is effectively what we're saying here is one size does not fit all, and that there are significant variables in all manner of applications that we have to consider, and that's what we're doing here today. So I'm content with the answer to that, and again, thanks to the objectors and thanks to the applicants for coming in. So I'll park it there for the Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. Councillor Gallagher, do you want to come in again? Yeah.
Again, I'll just reverse it around, again, the questions around the TPO and the other stuff, the integration and separation, the root protection, seems to be, from the planner's point of view, a long way away from what the applicant has said and is saying here today, that when they were developing this, they were taking into every consideration the TPO and the protection of the trees, and in their mind, they've employed and done reports that says that their development protects the trees. So there seems to be a clear blue water between the two positions that haven't been reconciled. Is there any way that if you were minded with this application that you would be saying there would be rigorous conditions that would come into effect around the TPOs?
Go ahead, Rosa.
Chair, yes. Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Conditions would be difficult. I mean, the developer has tried to show that the development is all outside the root protection zone and the tree canopy. So the built form is the houses are outside it, the retaining walls we still feel are very close. It's that combination where you need the retaining walls because of the sloping nature of the site, and then your entire amenity space is within the root protection zone of the trees. So whereas you might have trees on your boundary and then separation between the boundary and your dwelling, in this case, all of your amenity space is under those trees, certainly on the boundaries there with Darlene Park. So our concern is that combination of providing those retaining walls, plus your normal domestic activity, kids playing under the trees. I don't know if members were minded to approve the development. You're probably looking at removal of permitted development rights, because to place garden structures, decking areas or garden sheds or that within those amenity spaces are likely to impact the roots of the trees. So that's your starting point. I suppose it would be even difficult, I think, we'd have to look at conditions if that's what if that's, you know, if we're approving the application, but that could be very difficult.
You content, Councillor Gallagher? Do you have any follow-up?
Just in my own head, I know it's trying to reconcile the space between the two positions. That, you know, and we all know the need for housing and all the rest of it, but it's just trying to reconcile that where an applicant is convinced that they've done all they can. Do you know what I mean?
Understand your position. Councillor Jackson?
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, DeRosie, for the report. I'm sort of going to go back a few steps because there's elements of this application that really concern me. And before any of us had sight of this application, the first knowledge that I was aware that there was a potential application on this site was when the application for a tree protection order came to this committee. And we were told in the papers that were provided to this committee that the tree protection order was a necessity to justify a refusal of a planning application. That's what this committee was advised when we were asked to issue the tree protection order, and that filled me with worry at that stage. And it's not, it wasn't surprising whenever I seen the application come forward that the tree protection orders featured heavily in the refusal reasons. There's other refusal reasons there, in particular, refusal reason 6, or no, it's, oh, apologies. It was refusal reason 7 in relation to over dominance and overshadowing of St. Elmo's. Now, particularly in the city, there's very steep topography, and I know that there's other development right across the city that has been approved that could be described as much more overbearing and have a larger degree of dominance in this. And I just wouldn't mind, in relation to that refusal reason in particular, I would find it very difficult for to see how any other application would be approved on a higher gradient than this one, because I know it isn't the site in itself is sloping in nature, but it's certainly not any like I live in Top of Hill. There's almost every house goes down in that step down approach. If we were applying that same principle right across the board in a consistent manner, there wouldn't be any development in that I could see could be approved unless it was all on the flat. So I just wouldn't mind a wee bit of rationale around how we have come to a decision in relation to dominance and overbearing. And I suppose when you look at this site in particular, the dominant nature are the trees. The trees are huge, and they're protected. So they're going to remain a dominant feature in this landscape. So I don't understand how that refusal reason 7 in particular stacks up, and I just wouldn't mind a wee bit more information around how we've come to that conclusion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Rosemary, do you want to try and provide some elucidation?
Chair. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I think in this particular case, I know what you're saying. Much of the area is very sloping. We've another, for so much of this site, it's a combination of factors that have led to our concerns. In this particular case, the dominance is particularly around Site 9. If you see here, this is the tree preservation, the map. And just where the cursor is here, at present, there are a number of trees on that boundary. Just this is around about where Site 9 would be. But those trees are shown on the arboriculturalist report as unlikely to survive the development. They're not in good condition at present. So these trees and the site layout plan show that they will come out. So it gives less protection to the existing houses in St Elmo, which do benefit from those trees at the present time, but they're going to now have the dwelling sitting almost 2 meters higher than the back garden and the house at there's just a pair of semis there at St Elmo. So that house is going to be sitting what appears to be 10 meters higher than that, plus the garden area will be higher as well. So it's again in the context of this site rather than considering what have we done elsewhere in the city, because it's hard to always lift those comparisons, I suppose. So it's particular to this site, what the current occupiers in St Elmo's experience and what the effect of this development would be. Don't know if that answers your question.
All right, Councillor Jackson, thank you. Any other members before we move on? I'll be in the chat box. No other members. Thank you, Rosemary. Anyway, members, we have the application before us. We have the recommendation is to refuse. So I'm now going to pass it over to yourselves, and I'll await any proposals from you, due course. Councillor Boyle, just come in there.
Thanks, Chair. We've been sitting here for the last while now, obviously trying to balance a number of different factors here. I'm not sure that when the TPO came in front of this committee, I mean, obviously some of us were on the committee then, some weren't. I don't think that's the way the picture was painted to us, and that it was in some way to try and stop a development. I think it was perhaps to inform a development. That was certainly how I saw it at the time, and that the trees themselves, they deserve to be there, they should be there, and they deserve to be protected. This committee supported that position, and as a result of supporting that position, we were effectively then informing the type of development that could potentially happen on this site. So that's a commitment that we made as a committee. We made a commitment that we would protect these trees. And the refusal reasons, putting aside the dominance and overbearing matter, which does seem to me quite dominant and quite overbearing, and I accept that one on its own merit. There are 7 other reasons for refusal, and I can't overcome those 8 reasons for refusal. I couldn't sit here and say that I could recommend that we pay no attention to them, Chair. The amenity of future residents has to be something that we have to consider as well. The roots of the trees, and I understand, appreciate the explanation from Rosie as well. You know, when people buy properties, they want to put on patios, and they want to put on decking, and they want to put sheds and all manner of things in their gardens, and obviously the protection of the tree roots is again something that this committee supported. So the density element of this is the problem. The officers have explained that, and have explained the reasons for why it's considered overdevelopment. On balance, I'm inclined to agree with that, Chair. And for that reason, I'm actually going to recommend that we accept the officer recommendation here today to refuse the application. I haven't heard anything that would overturn the 8 reasons for refusal. So that's my proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. That's a proposal to accept the officer's recommendation. Do you have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Barr, thank you for seconding that proposal. Right, okay, we have a proposal that's been seconded by Councillor Barr, initially proposed by Councillor Boyle, to accept the officer's recommendation. So, Eamon, could you kindly take us to the vote, please, to record? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And again, this is item LA11 stroke 2020-0918F. And the proposal is, the recommendation proposal is to refuse planning permission. We have an apology from Alderman Breslin. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
For, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you. Councillor John Boyle. Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
Against.
Thank you. We have an apology from Councillor McDade. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Patrick Murphy. Thank you. And we have an apology from Councillor McNeilis. Six against, and 5 for.
Members of mathematics would say that that proposal has fallen. 6 against, 5 for. So over to Councillor Jackson. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I suppose I've touched on the concerns, and just to follow up on Councillor Boyle's point, I can be absolutely confident that the exact wording that we were advised at this committee is that the tree protection order for the trees at this site was a necessity to justify a refusal for a future planning application, and that is the exact wording. And that's why it's almost burned under my head, because it was extremely worrying when I seen that. But your Councillor Boyle's 100% right. This committee does agree that these trees deserve protecting, and they do, and the protection order is in place. And I think we've heard from the developer or applicant that that all steps have been taken to ensure the protection of these trees. And I would suggest that in terms of the trees that are at risk due to the construction, if there's any trees that have been damaged in relation to construction, that an additional condition could be put on that those trees are replaced on a for like basis. But I am satisfied that in relation to the tree protection order that's in place, that everything that can be done has been done to ensure the protection and the protection of those trees. And there's, I suppose it goes without saying that our climate is completely changing. We do need to incorporate more vegetation, more trees within developments. I think it was Councillor Kelly used to reference how planning applications are considered in other parts of Europe, and where vegetation, large mature trees, form almost the setting of large housing developments. And that, if we're going to address the impacts of climate change, we do need to incorporate more development within trees. We can't have this constant conflict between the huge pressing need for housing, for development, and as well as ensuring that all protections in relation to the environment and carbon capture are considered as when we're taking decisions. I don't accept that this development is overbearing in any way whatsoever. And in terms of the density, it is, I think the days of large exclusive homes, whether it be in the Culmore Road, whether it be in other parts of our city and district, those days, those are a thing of the past. We need to move forward. We need to, we need more family homes. We need to be using our space to help the limited space, the limited zoned housing space that's available to us to provide the much needed homes. And I would welcome those large sites being developed to create more homes for families that are in much high demand. So on that basis, Chair, I'm content to propose that we don't accept the officer's recommendation and we improve the application that's in front of us today.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, for the reasons that you previously mentioned. Do you have a seconder to that proposal? Councillor Sean Fleming, thank you. Okay, members, we have a further application, a proposal brought forward by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Sean Fleming, not to accept the officer's recommendation and to overturn that initial recommendation. Go ahead, Emmons, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And again, it is application LA11/2020/0918/F. Alderman Breslin has put an apology. Alderman Hussey?
Against.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan?
Against, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr? Thank you. Councillor John Boyle? Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Rory McHugh?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney?
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Patrick Murphy?
For.
Thank you. 6-5.
Okay, members, that proposal was carried 6 votes to 5, and that application has gone through. So we're going to move on to the next item of business. But before we do, I'd just like to say thank you to all those participants who came to put forward the reviews today, both objectors and the applicants. The long application, but that's been done now. So thank you, folks. And next application is we're going to move on to, members, is number 4 on the list, LA 11 2023 1667F, and that's the Brandywell Stadium redevelopment comprising partial demolition of South End Stand and development of safe standing covered terrace. All right,
Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Chair, just on this, and I want to declare that prior to an application being submitted, I have met with representatives of Derry City Football Club in relation to the need to expand the stadium. Now, since the application has been submitted, I have had no contact with anybody in relation to this, but I just wouldn't mind, I just want to completely declare that I have met with representatives on the issue of expansion of the stadium.
I've been in a similar sort of situation as well, so I'll take that advice as well.
Yeah, so members, you'll be aware that there is a general plan in place for a further expansion of the stadium. So it's acknowledged and a stated council position that the stadium would benefit from expansion in due course. This is now down to the specifics of how best we go about that. That's a matter for members, and there's no issue with an interest in relation to that. So there's no need to declare an interest in relation to this matter, and you can fully participate in the decision making.
Go ahead, Councillor Jackson, you have a follow-up there?
No, just as part of that, just to be clear, as part of those discussions, there was specific reference of a stand at this exact location, but that's as far as the conversation went at that stage.
There is no issue in relation to that.
Just to go ahead, that's going to be Malgi by taking this application. That's LA 11 2023 1667F. That's the recommendation to approve the new stand at the Brandywell Football Stadium. Thank you, Malgi.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Item 11 is LA 11 2023 1667F. It's a full plan application. The proposal is the Brandywell Stadium redevelopment comprising partial demolition of the South End Stand and development of safe standing covered terrace with a capacity of 2,940 male and female toilet facilities, 2 sets of turnstiles and gates, and all associated site works. The location is the Ryan McBride Brandywell Stadium. It's 155 Loamore Road, Derry, and the recommendation is to approve. So the application site as before you is outlined in red. It takes in a part of the existing stadium known as the Ryan McBride Brandywell Stadium. The area as outlined is in the northeast section of the existing grounds along the Brandywell Road. Here's an overhead view. You can see the existing stadium as it stands at the moment. There's a grassed area just behind the nets, I suppose, on the north of the Brandywell Stadium. Before you hear is views of the site from the Brandywell Road, looking at the proposed location from the external Brandywell Road, we have the corner of the South End Stand, which is proposed to be demolished. You can see in the forefront of the photograph here, you have the existing wall and the Brandywell Road. And the second view is looking back down from the Loamore Road, down the Brandywell Road, and you can see the existing context of the application site. In terms of the adjacent residential property at Celtic Court and Brandywell Road, and beyond that in the Brandywell. So here's just some internal views of the site. The first view is looking from the pitch side towards the north of the pitch, the proposed location behind the nets. So it's this general location here on the cursor. And again, this is another image taken internally of the site. So you can see much closer to the context of the site. It's really just a grassed area at the minute. You have the existing perimeter wall forming the boundary of the site to the north. You have the existing pitch, and then you have the south end stand, and the area to be demolished is the first two bays here, as you can see in the photograph. And again, we have an existing and proposed layout. You'll see in the proposed layout the location of the new terrace is to the north. It's goes along horizontal with the vertical of the site. And again, the south end stand, you'll see in the next image, the area in red is the area to be removed as part of the proposal. So in terms of the proposed plan, it's a covered terrace stand. Has 4 bays in it. The proposed height of it is 13.5 meters. We'll run along the back of the pitch, and these is the floor plans, the detailed plans. Again, it's just a stepped terrace, concrete terrace. And as well as the proposed stand, we've also got a proposed toilet block, which will sit to the rear of the new stand area. And you'll also some ancillary works, including accessible WCs to be located at the south end stand, and also just above the new proposed stand. And the sections here before you show the context of the proposal in relation to the Brandywell Road. So the top image is a section showing the stand, the existing perimeter wall, the level of the Brandywell Road, and the level of Celtic Court as it stands. And the second image is again the stand, the level of the site, the level of the road, and the level and context of the Brandywell Road, 34 Brandywell Road. And the last is the stand, and you'll see the toilet block, the road, and the Bluebell Hill Gardens, first property area number 3, I believe. So there's an image provided by the applicant as well. It'll give you an idea of the context and how the stand will look and generally. So in terms of policy context, it's outlined in the case officer report. We have to take into account the RDS, the area plan, the SPPS, number of the retained planning policies, including PPS 2, PPS 3, PPS 8, PPS 13, PPS 15, and DCAN 11 and 15. We have a number of consultees in relation to the application. NI Water have returned a response. They have concerns about the foil sewer network capacity issues and requested the submission of a wastewater impact assessment. DFA Roads have no objection in principle. They acknowledge that it represents, from the current situation, a 50% increase in spectre capacity at the Brandywell Stadium. They acknowledge that the additional trips will be off-peak and when distributed across the 5 potential access routes as outlined in the traffic transport assessment form, that the public road network should have sufficient capacity to accommodate the increased trips. They've advised that impacts on public amenity, including residential and park amenity, is for the council to consider. Environmental health have no objections subject to standard conditions relating to contamination, construction, noise and dust. Locks Agency have no objections. NIEA have no objections subject to conditions relating to contamination and foul sewage connection. We've consulted Shared Environmental Services. They have carried out an appropriate assessment in accordance with the habitats regulations and having considered the nature, scale, timing, duration, location of the project, they advise that there would not have an adverse effect on the integrity of any European site, subject to the proposed mitigation as set out in their consultation response in relation to the implementation of foil sewage connection. Rivers Agency advised that the site does not lie within any floodplain. They've considered the findings of the drainage assessment, and that was considered and outlined in the case officer report. At the time of sending the application to committee, there was 5 letters of representation. Two of the letters raised concerns regarding potential impacts on nearby properties in terms of impact on light and residential amenity. The other representations outlined broad support for proposal, but raised some points, including some material plan considerations, which have been considered and outlined in the report. So in terms of the policy consideration, there's a number of current relevant policies within the Derry Area Plan, which we've taken into account. Policy RE1 states that the department will not permit proposals for bulk development in areas zoned as recreation and open space, which this says. Unless the development is related to an existing use, the development provides leisure facilities or any replacement buildings do not exceed the site coverage of the existing development. So we've considered that this is proposed development is relating to the existing use as a sports stadium. It will provide infrastructure related to the broader leisure use of the site, and any associated buildings will not exceed the site coverage of existing development. So the proposal meets the policy R1 in all three counts. Policy BE1 relates to design and character. This policy requires proposals to make a positive contribution to the townscape and be sensitive to the character of the area in terms of design, scale, and use of materials. We acknowledge that the site is not located in any designated conservation area or area of township character. The main physical aspect of the proposal will be a proposed covered stand or terrace. The roof of the stand will be 13.75 metres at its highest point. It'll be finished with a mix of painted render wall, polycarbonate side panels, PPC metal cladding, and PPC metal verge roof covering. These are materials that are commensurate with the existing character of materials on the Brandywell site. The toilet blocks are single story and are finished with grey render and metal roof. In terms of scale and design, the proposed stand and building will be in keeping with established scale and design of existing stands and buildings within the stadium. Materials will be all materials considered acceptable in this mixed urban context. Overall, it's opinion of officers that the development is a sensitive insertion into the stadium and the wider established streetscape along Brandywell Road, and is therefore in compliance with the requirement of BE1. SPPS sets out a number of policies that are relevant, particularly in relation to residential amenity. So officers have considered the impact of the proposal in relation to residential amenity, in particular, and the impacts on light and privacy. Although it's an established stadium, there are residential properties nearby, particularly Celtic Court, Brandywell Road, and Bluebell Gardens. The nearest property at Celtic Court is on a higher level than the site and is located approximately 19 metres away. The Brandywell Road, number 34, is on a slightly higher level than the proposed ground level site and is located approximately 36 metres away. One Bluebell Hill Gardens is at a similar level. This is Gable on and will be approximately 26 metres. As you noted earlier in the presentation, the applicant has submitted cross sections and a light assessment, which is included at figure 17 in the report, that demonstrate that the proposed structure will not impact adversely in terms of overshadowing of or loss of light on any of the stated properties. This is due to the moderate height of the structure and the separation distance between it and the neighbouring properties. So overall, in terms of impact on residential amenity, officers are content that there will be no adverse impact. PPS2 is also material consideration. Although the site contains no evidence of protected species or there's no protected habitats within the site boundaries, we are cognizant of the consultation responses, particularly from NA Water and Water Management and Shared Environmental Services. As stated, shared environmental services have concluded an appropriate assessment under the habitat regs and are content that there will be no adverse impact on any European site, either alone or in combination with all our plans or projects in the locality. In doing so, they noted both the comments made by NA Water and Water Management in relation to sewage disposal. The response acknowledges current capacity issues within NI Water network. NI Water basically are saying that the downstream catchment is constrained by overloaded sewage infrastructure, including one or more downstream unsatisfactory intermittent discharges, which are causing a negative impact on the environment. As such, they've asked the applicant to submit a wastewater impact assessment. This has, to our understanding, been submitted and is currently being considered by NI Water. So in terms of the assessment, their SES are advising, whilst there is a risk of exacerbating pollution issuing from sewer overflows, if development takes place before NI Water has confirmed a conservative proposal, they acknowledge that if the applicant enters into an agreement through their wastewater impact assessment with NI Water, that the risk can be managed, and the submission of the wastewater impact assessment should result in a satisfactory agreement between NI Water and the applicant. We're satisfied that NI Water is a statutory undertaker and a competent authority in its own right. Will take into account, its obligations under the habitats regulations. And therefore, an appropriate planning condition has been proposed that recommended in order to ensure delivery of a solution prior to the development becoming operational. So you'll note in the case officer report that we are proposing a condition that the proposed site cannot become operational until we have sight of the agreement between NI Water and the applicant in terms of sewage disposal. PPS free. Again, DFA Roads have received and considered the traffic assessment form from the applicant, which generally outlines how patrons will travel to and from the stadium and how they'll interact with the stadium during any events that take place. They've raised no objections in principle. They advise that the proposed capacity of stadium, if allowed, and all our approvals are implemented, will be 7,408. They acknowledge that the additional trips will be off-peak, and when distributed across the 5 potential access routes, the public road network should have sufficient capacity to accommodate decreased trips. And again, as I alluded earlier, they advise that the impact on public amenity, including residential and park amenity, is for the council to consider. As officers, we have set out our consideration of the impact of the proposed development in terms of parking in the case officer report. In doing so, we've taken into account the relevant policy context in terms of PPS free, and what we think is important in this case is the Derry Area Plan 2011, and in particular policy TR5. TR5 is the policy that sets out the zonal parking requirements within the city. You may be aware from previous applications that within there's 3 different zones. Zone A requires no operational parking, which is generally the city centre. The commercial core. Zone B requires leaves at the discretion of the council what parking requirements are needed in terms of the number of factors, but in the nature of development, local circumstances, and availability of parking on street and off street parking. Zone B is identified at their area plan as the central area, or other mixed use areas can also be taken into consideration. Officers believe that the Brandywell, the context of the site in terms of the Ryan McBride Stadium, Celtic Park, all our uses including the Long Tower Youth Centre, public parks, residential, you are in a mixed use area, and the Zone B can be applied in this locality. So we've taken into account a number of factors. We've looked at the planning history, the history of the use of the site itself, even outside the planning context, the nature of the development, the availability of car parking on street and off street, and all our local circumstances. There is the planning history. It's been outlined in the planning submission that there's an extant approval under L11 24. Sorry, it should be A 2014-04-57. Was the previous approval for that was known as the Mark Farren stand, which has been partially constructed. given that that has been constructed, the permission is live, and the other two wings of the Mark Farron stand can be added without coming back through planning. So the approval of fully implemented would allow a seated capacity as it stands with the Mark Farron and the South End stand of 4,855. Parking for this approval was largely accommodated through existing on-street parking near the stadium and nearby off-street parking, as well as some operational parking, realignment of existing operational parking within the Brandywell complex. So in terms of the history of the use of the site, the applicant, both within its planning statement and its TAF, has indicated that there's been a varied history of capacities, notwithstanding the 2014 approval, ranging from 7,700 up to 12,500. Not in the 2 dozen past. You know, I think they're talking about 2009. There's some of the dates they're talking about there, that capacities have, the Brandywell's been capable of accommodating such capacities. In terms of the nature development, officers considered the additional capacity created, currently 3,689, but with a potential to increase to 6,242 in the short term, i.e. if the stands, this wasn't developed and the Mark Farron stand was, and there's a potential for 7,408. So there is a maximum capacity, if allowed, along with the plan history of 7,408. So that's the figure that we're assessing it under in terms of potential. We looked at in terms of the nature development, it's primarily they serve, although the Brandywell is a multi-use stadium, it's primarily used for Derry City games in terms of capacity for the larger capacities. They're normally during off-peak times in the evenings and weekends. There's a limited number of occasions that maximum capacity is likely to be reached in a calendar year. I think the amount of games, home games that Derry had, taking into account Europe, etc. this year, and cup games was outlined in the report. It was in the 20s, you know, over a full year. And again, Derry City playing a summer league, and it's acknowledged that other bodies such as Institute would use it during the winter, but the patrons attracted wouldn't be on the same level. So the other consideration is availability of car parking on street and off street. The stadium currently accommodates operational parking and existing off-street parking within the stadium envelope. So the proposal is that the majority of the parking to be provided for this increased capacity will be through on-street parking on the main approaches to the stadium. All our off-street parking available within reasonable walking distance, for example, city centre car parks. And one of the other issues that we've considered in terms of availability of parking is the parking is generally short term, i.e. normally the length of the game or slightly before or after. And as such, there's no long-term impact of general availability of on-street parking in the locality. In terms of local circumstances, the site is within walking distance of the town centre and therefore main transport hubs of the city. And public transport is a viable option if you're willing to walk from the city centre then. We acknowledge that there's another existing sports stadium in the locality. Celtic Park is adjacent to the stadium. It's existing capacity of 18,000, which relies mostly on street parking in the same general locality. And when it has attracted crowds, some of the larger crowds, it has been accommodated on the main approaches to Celtic Park. Generally on-street parking has been used by patrons. There's a low likelihood that major games will clash at the two stadiums. Most attendees to the Brandywell are local, will have local knowledge of acceptable visits to park without impact on residents, traffic progression, etc. And they're also taking into account that the Derry City, who will be the main operator, will have their own management systems in place on match days to advise patrons travelling to and from the stadium if there's any issues in terms of parking. So in terms of PPS Arena Derry area plan, the officers recommended the proposed increase can be accommodated without the requirement of provision of additional dedicated off-street parking. This will be accommodated mostly through on-street parking and off-street parking in nearby locations, as well as the ability for patrons to use public transport to the city centre. So in conclusion, and having considered the proposal against the SPPS, the Derry Area Plan and all the relevant retained planning policies, as well as our material considerations, including third-party objections and representations and consultations, approval is recommended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy, for outlining that application. I invite the agent for the applicant, Mr. Mark McIver, to present to the committee if Mark is here.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chair.
Mark, yeah, you have 5 minutes, so go ahead, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark McIver, Director of MCI Planning and the agent acting on behalf of Derry City Football Club, who are the applicants for this proposal. The application before committee today is for the continued redevelopment of the Ryan McBride Brandywell Stadium, and specifically the partial demolition of the South End stand and development of a safe standing covered terrace. I welcome Planning Officer's recommendation to approve the application following their assessment of the proposal against planning policy, and if supported by Planning Committee, will deliver much needed community infrastructure for the city. The design team appointed to deliver this project are familiar with the stadium, having worked on, designed and delivered the partially completed Mark Farren stand. If approved, the North Stand will enable more fans to attend games and participate in the match night experience. Currently, this is not always possible for everyone due to the limited capacity at the stadium and the high levels of demand. An informal public consultation was held both online and at the Brandywell Stadium promoting this proposal. It was very well attended by local councillors, residents and supporters alike. During that event, the proposals received overwhelming support, and it was abundantly clear that there was a strong desire for this project to proceed. I'm happy to answer any questions that may arise. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. Members of Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair Malachy. Thanks for the report there. Probably should declare myself as a supporter of Derry City Football Club here, Chair, but I'm sure most of us in the room are. I don't think that will exclude me from having a vote on this. However, Mark, a couple of questions for you in relation to it, and I'll ask the two of them at the one time. They're unrelated, but I'll give you an opportunity to answer them as quickly as you want. Number one, obviously there was mention there of the wastewater management assessment situation, and I would obviously, we heard where that sits. Well, certainly from our officer, where he believes that's sitting at the minute, and clearly, if this is approved by the committee today, then I'm sure the committee would want NI Water to deal with it as quickly and as a matter of priority. So, Mark, first question in relation to that is, I think Malachy said that wastewater management assessment has been carried out and has been submitted. Is there any, if that is the case, is there any indication of how quickly NI Water might be able to assess it? Number two, the design itself, and it certainly looks to me like it's a possibility, but I just want to get your feedback on it. The design itself actually, whilst it's first class, looks to me like it could include a further installation of seating. I'm no expert in stadium design, but it certainly looks to me like if it were a desire in the future, you might actually be able to put more seats into that particular north stand. So that's my two questions to you, Mark.
Yeah, thanks for those questions, Councillor Boyle. The first question with regard to the wastewater impact assessment, the project team members who are responsible for preparing and submitting that assessment are in regular contact with both NI Water and DFI Rivers. Now, we have done everything we can in terms of bringing forward the assessment. So we currently are awaiting feedback from NI Water on that. And once in receipt of that feedback, we will then be in a position to consider, and I can then respond in more detail when that arrives in due course. Obviously, the planning officers are recommending a condition that stipulates that the stadium or the stand, sorry, does not become operational until that has been resolved. I think it's in everyone's interests and everyone's desire to have that resolved in a timely manner and well before the new stand is completed. With respect to the second question, you inquired whether more seating could be added to the stand. Just for clarification purposes, it is a covered stand, i.e. for spectators to stand up. The capacity has been looked at by the design team, and they feel that the capacity put forward is actually the maximum capacity that can be achieved when one takes into consideration health and safety requirements. It's also important to mention that the club have future-proofed the use of the stand and are currently considering the introduction of, I think it's referred to as either racked or rail seating, which is used in other grounds throughout Europe. And this effectively affords the applicant an opportunity to utilize seats or standing, depending on the nature of the competition at the time. Yeah.
Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, that's fine, Mark. Thank you very much. That answers the two questions. I'll come back to the wastewater impact assessment, I suppose, maybe later. But for now, Mark, thanks for answering those questions. It's certainly interesting to see that there's a possibility that seating could be put into that stand in some form or fashion.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Alderman Hussey, do you want to come on there for questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark. It's on the seating issue. My thoughts on it were that stadia were moving towards fully seated stadia as opposed to standing, and that was initially introduced many years ago on health and safety issues because of disasters that occurred, particularly across the water at some grounds, as you will know yourself. So I find it strange that it's a totally standing proposal. Like Councillor Boyle, I was wondering at some stage would there be a conversion to seating, and I understand what you mean by the rail seating as well, because even though the seats, we all know that football supporters at certain times will be on their feet. Many will be on their feet the whole time. So it's that issue of does that proposal for standing accommodation fit in with the Football Association of Ireland's criteria and requirements, fit in with the overall UEFA and FIFA requirements within stadia when you move to this sort of capacity? That would be the first question. The second one would be with regard to parking. Increased capacity, I presume, would also permit an increased percentage of away supporters. Many away supporters, depending how far they're travelling, will travel by coach. So is coach parking, other than the team coach parking, which is regulatory, is coach parking, supporter coach parking included within the thoughts and layout going forward? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Mark, before you start to answer our question, I'm going to bring on the study solicitor. He's requested to come in on the first limb of Alderman Hussey's query. Thank you.
Yeah, members, so just as you know, what we have in front of us is an application to deal with a covered terrace and the capacity that's associated with that. Now, I appreciate, members, that there's obviously an interest in and around seating and standing, which relates to the different regulations for European games as opposed to FAI games and one thing or another. Can tell members that this is a regulated stadium. So issues in and around the safety of the stadium and issues around rail seating and the installation of rail seating and issues in and around that will come before the council separately in the capacity of the Sports Ground Safety Advisory Group and other organisations. So really that's a conversation for another day. What we have to deal with now is the application which is in front of us, which is in respect of the terrace. So I have no doubt whatsoever that members will have a great deal of interest in and around the seating issues and those issues as this development goes forward, and I have no doubt whatsoever that the applicant will accommodate further discussion with members in the event that this application is passed in relation to that at a later stage. But in terms of the planning application, and to make sure that we remain completely focused on the application which is in front of us here today, members.
I appreciate that clarification, Chair.
Thank you, Philip. Mark, perhaps you can maybe try and address the other point or the orlam of Alderman Hussey's question, given that Mr. Kingston has clarified the regulatory aspects towards the stadium itself, the stand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, indeed. And I can just add to that first point that Alderman Hussey is correct that legislation was brought in 2014, specifically with a health and safety viewpoint. However, I would add that that legislation has since evolved, and it's now commonplace to see safe standing and the use of rail seating at many grounds, both across Europe and particularly in many of the new developed grounds. So just moving on to the second point, and that was one to do with car parking and coach parking. So again, what we've demonstrated in our submission is that historically the stadium and the existing parking facilities at the stadium were previously accommodating much higher numbers than are currently afforded for. What we'll see with this proposal is an increase potentially to a maximum capacity just over 7,000. We believe that as the existing capacity has been accommodated previously, then it stands to reason that that could be accommodated again. There's also been reference to the adjoining or adjacent Celtic Park, which equally is capable of accommodating much higher numbers. And so therefore, given the large provision of car parking available around the stadium, we're happy with DFI Road's response and also that of the council's. The council planning officers, sorry.
Thank you, Mark. Happy enough, Alderman Hussey, with that reply?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark.
Okay, Alderman Hussey, thank you. Any other members wish to questions? No, thank you, Mark. I think we're going to move on now to officers, questions for the officers. Any members wish to have any questions for the officers? No question. Okay. Right, members, we have a proposal here. Councillor Boyle, do you want to go ahead there?
Yeah, well, in the absence of questions, Chair, I want to make the proposal, obviously, that we accept the officer recommendation here in front of us for the installation of what will be, for now anyway, known as the North Stand. Chair, just to reflect on a few things before we carry on, and that I'm actually old enough to remember when we had a wee tiny stand in the Brandywell. I think it was known as the Glentoran stand, because it was actually bought from Glentoran Football Club, I think after World War II. That's how far back you're going. And I'm old enough to have sat on it and even watched intermediate league games in it when Derry City were in exile at one point. So these are good developments, and obviously we all understand and appreciate that there's an ambition for further development beyond this, and to see the full completion of the Mark Farren stand. I'm not going to politicise that today. It's a source of frustration for very many people, and clearly I want and others I'm sure will want to see that come to fruition and years to come. I mean, it did receive planning approval from this committee, but I think this is another great opportunity for the local football clubs I'm not just counting Derry City, but I just want to pay particular tribute to Derry City Football Club and their forward-thinking chairman, Philip O'Doherty, in bringing this forward on behalf of the people of this city and district, and not least, of course, those who follow Derry City Football Club. So, Chair, on that note, I propose we accept the officer recommendation in front of us today.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. More than happy to, delighted to second the proposal. I'm just a bit shocked that there was so much discussion in relation to it, because it's we all recognise the need to expand the stadium. We all recognise that there's huge demand on people wanting to get access to the stadium to watch games. So this is a no-brainer. It's much needed. It meets planning policy, and specifically delighted and encouraged the approach from planners for the negative condition in relation to condition 3. It allows room and scope for the applicant. They work with the other statutory bodies. They come to an agreement. So I think it's a positive move forward, and in terms of the operation of the planning system, it would be something I would be very keen to see more of. That we allow for development. They move forward, where particularly in this case where there's tight time frames. The season closes and reopens again over winter months. So you would like to see construction and the safe standing to be available to those as early on in the season as possible. So this is a positive move all around, and I'm really encouraged by the direction that's been set by council, our planners on this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, and thank you to Councillor Boyle for proposing it. And I couldn't agree more, and I certainly hope that both the applicant and NI Water can come to an agreement soon and have this matter moved on. But thank you for your comments, and can you take that to vote now, Eamon? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And this is LA11/2023/1667/F. Sorry, we have an apology from Alderman Breslin. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Carrigan.
And I have to abstain as I had to step out for a wee minute, so I better abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. Thank you. Councillor John Boyle. Thank you. Councillor Sean Fleming. 4. Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Fergal Leonard.
4.
Thank you. We have an apology from Councillor McDade. Councillor Rory McHugh has left the meeting. Councillor Sean Mooney.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Patrick Murphy.
4.
Thank you. And Councillor Unilis. We have an apology. That's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, folks, that is unanimous. At this point, we can take 5 minutes for a comfort break, folks. Thank you. Before we come on the next application, City solicitors asked me to come in just on a point on the last application. Derry City, go ahead, Philip.
Yeah, members, so I'm bouncing a little bit in relation to this, members, but separate to the application, as that has been approved, if it's going to be taken forward in terms of construction, there will be the necessity for the council to enter into licenses, access licenses for the developer, their employed construction company, and the council, and so on, which will require a council approval at some stage, members. If you're content, which isn't a matter that would normally come before this committee, obviously it will be subject to approval by full council in due course, but perhaps members would consider granting authority for officers to enter into such licenses, subject to there being no unusual or onerous conditions and subject to the usual conditions in and around value.
Chair, I'm happy to propose that we do that. Makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Jackson, any views?
Happy to second.
Councillor Gallagher?
No, we would want to be scoring an own goal, like.
Thanks, members. Anyway, hopefully everybody concurs. Anyway. Moving on, members, we're going to go on to item number 7. This is LA 11 2023 1579/F. Change of use from a dwelling to a 6-bedroom HMO at 1 Nicholson Terrace, Derry. The recommendation in this application is to approve. And I think it's Malachi's taking this application. Thank you, Malachi.
Thank you, Chair. LA 11 2023 1579F is a full planning application. It's a change of use from a dwelling to a 6-bed HMO or house of multiple occupation. The location is 1 Nicholson Terrace, and the recommendation is to approve. The application site is located as an end terrace location. Sorry, it's the wrong. Sorry, apologies, it's the wrong map on that there. No, but the application site is on an end terrace property known as 1 Nicholson Terrace. This is a view of the application site. It's located off the Academy Road. It's a gable end terrace property. It's a 2-story property with an attic conversion with dormer windows, and it's got a rear yard and a small front yard. And this is the existing and proposed elevations. There's no significant operational differences between the existing and proposed elevations. In terms of the existing and proposed floor plans, the left-hand side, we have the existing ground floor plan, which is a living room, sitting room, and a kitchen. An existing first floor plan, which is 2 bedrooms, and then on the existing second floor plan is with 3 bedrooms. The proposal, I suppose the significant change from the existing plans is that on the ground floor level, that the existing sitting area described as a sitting area is to be amended to a bedroom. So the net result is that instead of a 5-bedroom single family occupied dwelling, we'll have a 6-bedroom house of multiple occupation. The policy context is set out in the case officer report and includes the RDS, the SPPS, the Derry Area Plan, relevant policies within the Derry Area Plan, including TR5, PPS3, PPS3, AMP2, AMP7, and all our supplementary planning guidance. A number of bodies have been consulted. They include DFA Roads. DFA Roads have advised that there's a parking requirement of 4, but normally required for development of this nature. They've acknowledged that on-street parking, in their view, is limited in the area. Environmental Health have no objections, provided information regarding HMO standards and legislation, noise transmitted from opposed occupiers of the HMO to neighbouring properties, and waste disposal. It's a standard response as such from EHD in relation to HMO licensing requirements. There have been 23 objections from 21 individual households, and there's been 1 letter of support from Ulster University. The consideration of the third party objections is set out in the case officer reports. In summary, there's been a number of issues of concern. primarily parking, noise and air pollution, waste, antisocial behaviour, the transitory nature of HMO dwellers, loss of value of properties, precedents, the existing level of student accommodation, and versus the over provision of HMOs, the loss of inner city well-established community as a result of the change in character, architectural heritage, and queries without access can be cleared by fire and ambulance services, council with services and deliveries, and some issues in relation to neighbour notification. As I say, all these have been considered and addressed in the case officer report. So in terms of policy consideration, within the area plan, the site is located within the central area, as shown in the map library associated with the area plan. It's also indicated as a area of protection of residential stock under proposal CA5. This relates to changes from residential to non-residential uses will not be permitted. In this case, we consider HMO would still fall within the remit of a residential use. So the proposal would comply with the relevant policy. In terms of residential amenity and the occupiers of the HMOs, the drawings show a small yard area is provided within the existing curtilage to the site. This is characteristic of the given area and characteristic of the existing residential properties in the area. There's also within walking distance to public open spaces such as Brook Park, and there's sufficient space for van storage within the application site. The HMO will have a shared kitchen with a living room. It's a self-contained use only to be used for only those living on the property. The bedrooms are spread over the front rear of the property, considered to be of an acceptable size for each occupant. The proposal complies with the SBPS with regards to provision of amenity of the future occupants of the dwelling. In terms of residential amenity and impact on neighbouring properties, the main concerns raised related to residential amenity were in relation to potential noise disturbance and impacts on privacy for nearby properties. There are no additional windows proposed other than what exists at present, so there is no immediate impacts in terms of overlooking or immediate impacts in terms of privacy. In terms of noise and disturbance, in terms of future occupants, as alluded to earlier, EHD have a licensing requirement. All HMOs are subject to a licensing regime, which takes into account issues such as noise and disturbance. And if there's any issues with that, it's not a planning matter and it'll sit outside the planning process and be subject to investigation by other bodies. As I say, EHD have provided informatives in relation to that. Therefore, officers are content that the HMO will not adversely affect the amenity of those of nearby residents and will conform with the established character of the area. In terms of the overall impact on character and residential use and loss of family size accommodation, residential, the impact on character is primarily a land use consideration. As a view of officers, that the character of this area is residential by and large. Now you'll have different tenures in terms of residential, and our view that there's a mix in terms of the tenures in the locality, although it is acknowledged that it's still largely single family occupied properties. A planning history research returned one other HMO approved in the street. This officer's views that the one additional property won't change the overall land use character of the area. In terms of loss of existing family occupation, it's we're of a view that the proposal will be compliant with the area plan, as alluded to earlier. It will retain residential stock, and the proposed HMO use won't be such that the character of the area will be changed from the primarily single family occupied uses that are predominant on the street. In terms of parking provision, The applicant does not propose any additional parking. It's a change of use from an existing dwelling to a new use, i.e. a HMO. Such there's no new build, so there's no proposed new off-street parking proposed by the applicant. Policy TR5 of the Derry plan states that the site is located within Zone B. This allows council to take account of the nature of development, the availability of existing parking on and off street, and other local circumstances. Whilst DFI roads have commented that 4 spaces are required, officers are aware that there is no stated allowance under the parking standards, or stated standard under the parking standards for HMOs. We're aware of the existing history of the site. It's a 5-bedroom house. It is considered the level of parking required would not be significantly different from that exists from the existing dwelling. So before taking into account the provision of TR5, and if you even applying road service full standards, there would be a shortfall of 1 space. A parking survey was received by the applicant, and it's acknowledged that there's limitations in terms of the dating of the parking survey. The parking survey does show that there is more than 1 space available, albeit at a time of year that wouldn't be normally associated with students in June. So the width that the officers have applied to the parking survey would not be significant, and totally significant in this case. We've also taken into account our own observations when on site. What we do apply with in terms of our recommendation is the location of the property within the central area, and by association within Zone B. We take into account the existing nature of the site. There's an existing house there which operates. It's also within close proximity to a main arterial route at Northern Road. It's in with walking distance of the city centre and the university. It's in a highly accessible location. We don't believe that full standards should be applied in those locations. And even if full standards are applied, site visit observations by the case officer were such that the shortfall of 1 space, which is would be easily accommodated in the locality. With regards to NIHE standards, this is not a planning policy. However, as acknowledged that the property has met those standards and is considered to comply with the standards of size and category of a HMO by the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. There's been another number of lit items before you, members. Again, a number of the issues are issues that are already considered in our main report. These include parking, congestion, refuse, HMOs in the area, noise, antisocial behaviour, and also there were some attachments relating to newspaper articles relating to HMOs in all areas of the city. Officers have considered those, as I say, largely within our report, although we acknowledge there's new evidence in terms of the impact on parking during busy times, at school times, etc. However, we still believe, by and large, that the proposal can accommodate a HMO use at this location. Natural heritage, there's no natural heritage features within the site, and we're satisfied that PPS2 is complied with. So in conclusion, the proposed HMO development at this occasion, in our view, is an acceptable form of development in the current policy context and will not adversely affect the established character of the area. The proposal provides an acceptable living environment for its residents and will secure its continued use within this terrace row. It's in the central area and is considered a highly accessible location. There's no significant change to the character of the area if allowed, and parking from disposal can be accommodated in the locality. All objections have been considered and all material planning considerations, including policy, have been considered, and the officer's recommendation is to approve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malachy, for that detailed presentation. I'm going to move on now, members, to we have objectors to the application, and could I call forward Sharon Kelly, Kathleen Feeney, and Mary Gallagher. Anne's going to take his on here now, folks. Thank you. Hello, how you doing there? How are you? So can I just have your name, just for the record? Kathleen Feeney, and who's your colleague there? Sharon, okay. Well, you have 5 minutes between you now, so if you want to go ahead, and there'll be time by Anne there, so we can keep an eye on it anyway. Okay, thank you. Go ahead there. Oh, sorry, could you put your mic on? Thanks.
I'm an ex-teacher, so I can raise my voice. I'll be all right. As I say, thank you for allowing us to speak on behalf of the residents of the area. My name's Kathleen Feeney, and I've been a resident of Nicholson Terrace for 30 plus years. I'm speaking on behalf of the Nicholson Terrace area residents who have very strong objections to this HMO. One Nicholson Terrace is a historically significant townhouse dating back to the 1860s, approaching listed status, and is situated within a close-knit community of family homes. We, the residents, are proud of our area, and we want to protect it from further exploitation. We believe we have valid reasons to object to the already converted HMO, which proceeded without planning permission or HMO licence. The number of objections, 23 in all, clearly illustrates the serious nature of the serious concerns of the residents. And they are as follows: parking and congestion problems on the street. We believe that planning reports are flawed. They do not give a true reflection of the problems with respect to parking and congestion and appear to contradict the Council's policy on road safety. As it is bounded by Brook Park on one side, the Model School on another, and Foylview Daycare Centre and Academy Nursery on another, Nicholson Terrace only has 2 narrow entries from a very busy Academy Road. There are 104 houses in this area that are shared by these roads, resulting in traffic congestion, parking on footpaths, and double yellow lines. Regular blind spots on the junction of Nicholson Terrace and Academy Road are commonplace when vehicles are parked on the footpath. It is particularly dangerous in the mornings and afternoons when children are attending school. Photo 1, is there a photo 1? You might have seen them, have you? All right, that's okay. And that photograph shows you basically utter congestion that is commonplace every day, mornings and afternoons when children are going to school, when children are coming from school, and nursery, of course. As far back as 2017, the PSNI and the PCSP drew attention to the dangers of parking close to primary schools. And again, I included a wee web link about that. But even since then, it's got a lot worse. Access for emergency and delivery vehicles is also restricted. Many of the residents have, including myself, have examples where emergency vehicles have been restricted and held up with negative consequences. The parking on footpaths is particularly hazardous for disabled residents, and that was photographed too, where you could see all the cars on top of the yellow lines, not just for disabled, but also for maybe families with prams, children in prams. Residents on the side of the property have difficulties with refuse collection as they frequently cannot find spaces to put out their bins due to parking on the footpaths. 19 of the car parking spaces highlighted in the road survey are adjacent to the Model Primary School on Academy Road. These spaces are restricted to only 1 hour of parking between 8 AM and 6:30 PM, Monday to Saturday. So that's not particularly viable for residents. The timing of the surveys is also extremely misleading. June and July, and the times 2303, 0015, 0010. To increase the density of tenants in this HMO will clearly worsen the parking situation. Second main point, there are already many HMOs in the area, Nicholson Square, Stewart's Terrace, Mountjoy Street, Demolion Park, etc. Approximately 18. The area is becoming saturated, similar to those areas in Belfast. Since the influx of the student population in mid-September, there's been an obvious increase in street noise, disruption at night, and in the early hours of the morning. And this has a detrimental effect on the sleep quality and the mental health of working families, especially children as well. We believe that the report underestimates the number of HMOs in this area. Darien District Strabane District Council Health and Community Committee has agreed to form a task force to deal with the high numbers of HMO in certain areas of the city. And this is without a doubt one of these areas. We are fully aware of the need for more student accommodation for the University of Ulster students, but we would urge the panel in this case to take seriously the concerns of our local residents, pedestrians, including children, emergency vehicles and local businesses. For these reasons, we would propose that we do not accept the officer's recommendation on this occasion, or at least delay the decision on the application until it gets the Council's Health and Community Committee report back from its task force on HMOs. Thank you.
Sorry, that's your 5 minutes. Is you okay with that? Yeah, thank you. Just sit there, sorry. Do you want to sit there? Thank you. Members, have you any questions for either Kathleen or Sharon there? Councillor Jackson?
Don't know if this is a valid question, but I'm conscious that that the objectives have sat through a substantial committee waiting for an application to come up, and I just to give both of them the opportunity to speak.
I think your point, just
Charge is much shorter, you know.
Yeah. So just in relation to Sharon, I just wouldn't mind asking a question in relation to what exactly what issues or concerns have you got in relation to this application?
Sorry, Councillor Jackson. Now, listen, if you want, I can give you a minute or two if you want to make your presentation.
Right.
It's fine.
And then we can both go for that.
And I thank Councillor Jackson for reminding me that you have travelled to there from Derry, and so.
I've lived in Nicholson Terrace for 40+ years. I mightn't look it, but I do. I'm over 40. There's a whole lot of issues. DFI Roads, whenever they were consulted about this application, actually raised the issues in relation to the parking, the on-street parking. It's well documented in previous HMO applications that that's a big issue within the area. And DFO's Roads recommended a refusal to the application based on the grounds of the Planning Policy Statement 3, access, movement and parking, given it was contrary to the plan to it permitted the if it was permitted, the application would prejudice the safety and convenience of road users, since adequate provision couldn't be made clear of the highway for the parking of vehicles that were going to be visiting that site. The survey that was conducted in June also wrongly states that there's 11 parking spaces at the back of Nicholson Terrace. I live on that side of Nicholson Terrace, and if you're going to account for 11 parking spaces, it means everybody has to park on the pavements, because otherwise the road is blocked. They all park on the pavements at the minute. I've had issues where I've had to wait for the bin men to come round and ask them to come the next day because I can't get my bin out to be emptied. I can't get the oil in, I can't get my gas delivered, and I can't get coal in. So that presents a lot of issues for us. I'm trying to go to work and then I have to waste time waiting for the bin men to come, etc. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be considered in that respect. Another HMO in the area is going to oversaturate it. I know people say, what's one more HMO? But if you keep saying what's one more HMO, I know there's no regional policy or plan for HMOs, but if you keep saying what's one more HMO, when do you stop? When it becomes that there's no residents in the area, it's all HMOs, and that wrecks the character of the area as well, because you're talking about a reduction in a residential setting. So you've got, and you do have transient people coming in for HMOs. We have a HMO at the top of the street. It's different people all the time. They don't consider the neighbours. There's 3 or 4 cars attached to that house at any given time of the year. And then you're coming home, you can't get parked. You go out for 5 minutes, you can't get parked whenever you come back. In terms of architectural heritage, I know that they're saying that there's no issues, but the difficulty is that, you know, we're trying to preserve the whole street has the similar doors, similar windows, etc. This HMO has now subsequently changed the front door, taken off the brass letter boxes, the brass keyholes, everything else. And that, if that's allowed to happen, when will that stop as well? The letterbox is a plastic letterbox that's painted black. It's not in keeping with the rest of the street. The door has been changed to a PVC door as well. So there is architectural heritage there as well. I just would urge the council to reconsider the application and refuse it because of the concerns that myself and Mrs. Feeney have raised. And thank you for giving me the time.
No, not at all. Thank you for coming up today, Emily, and thank you for presenting. So I'm going to open up now to questions for any of the members. Do you have any questions for Kathleen or Sharon? No?
Sure.
Alderman Hussey, go ahead there. Yeah.
Thank you. From one former teacher to another. You mentioned there that you were a teacher. I presume you were there for a student, as I was, and will have utilised HMOs and realised that they are needed. And I think in your presentation you did say that you realise the need, but there can be too many. I think you referred to 18 HMOs in your area. You also said there were 104 houses served. Is that 18 HMOs in those 104 houses? If I can take that as a first question, Chair.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry, apologise. No, the 104 is just served by the two streets. The 18 HMOs was with the point to do with saturation and saturation of HMOs in the area.
So
sorry, they're not necessarily in the same. I mean, some of these streets, as I said to you already, I've named some of these streets.
I don't know them. I'm not from the city.
Yeah, well, there's one that's not actually in off the road. For example, a Mountjoy Terrace, that's on Academy Road, but that's directly beside us. That's just up the hill, literally across the street from this dwelling. So these are the ones that are going to cause extra parking, extra traffic, extra cars, extra noise, dangers for our children. Very similar to the case in 1 Grafton Street that was refused. We had very, very similar situation. In fact, I think it's worse where we are because Academy Road is even busier than Park Avenue. And there's going to be a very serious accident. The children cannot walk in the streets. They can't walk in the footpath.
Can I go back to my original question, which is basically out of the 104 houses that you have highlighted, how many HMOs are there in those 104?
Right, let me just check there. Well, the Stewart's Terrace has 5. Crawford Square, sorry, that's not in there. Nicholson Terrace has 1. Nicholson Square has 2. Demoylian has 1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.
You had to correct you, miss, but I counted 9 there.
Well, maybe 9. Sorry, the nerves are getting to me.
Yeah, so it's 9, around about 10% roughly out of the area that you're talking in terms of.
Such a close knit, yes, area with very interlocking streets that have very little parking facilities for that amount, especially if some of them are houses that, for example, might have 3, might have 5, whatever.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Feeney.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Alderman Hussey, thank you. Any other members, any questions for either Sharon or Kathleen? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. And either one of these as residents can pick this up, but I know from the figures that are the damages that have been issued to us, and I'm fairly familiar with the streets, but there are double yellow lines there's very sharp corners and turnoffs. Has there been any instances where cars are parked on double yellow lines? And if so, what dangers are posed in relation to that?
Sharon, just like that.
Suppose the dangers are you've children trying to cross the roads going to school and they can't see because the cars are parked right on the yellow lines at the end of the street. Prams can't get, prams can't pass because while they're on the double yellow lines, they're also on the pavement. So prams can't get past. We've had a recent incident where somebody had to actually left their bicycle over the top of a car to get it under their garden. So the dangers are posed that there's children, there's disabled, there's elderly people. It's a very mixed area, and it poses a lot of danger to the people who are trying to navigate, having to continuously walk on the roads because of the way that the cars are parked. We've actually, can I sorry, just add as well, there's actually a wide pavement at the end of Nicholson Terrace, and we've actually had cars and vans parked on that pavement, which then blocks our view going out onto the Academy Road.
Yeah, I have included a photograph.
Thank you very much, Emma. You have enough, Councillor Jackson? Well, Kathleen and Sharon, thank you for coming today, Emily. So we're going to move on to the next stage of the application. Do you want to just go back to the gallery again, Emily? Thank you very much. Members, I'm going to call Councillor Sean Hargan. He wants to make a statement to the committee. So, Councillor Hargan, do you want to go ahead there now?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mooney, for the opportunity to say a few words. And look, I just want to commend the Nicholson Square residents for coming in today. And I've spoken to a lot of residents in the area, and people are very worried about the growing number of HMOs. I know the area very well. I spent a lot of time there because some of my closer friends lived there when I was growing up in Rosemount. And as they have said today, the parking there, it's extremely congested already. And I think more HMOs will only contribute to that problem. And it's clear that area is getting more HMOs. And I think that the council needs to be on top of this. There's clearly demand for more student housing, and we all want our university to expand. But we also want to make sure that areas where families exist are protected, and we don't want to create danger. And I think, we don't want to pile on pressure to those areas. I mean, there's a nursery there, there's a primary school there, and there is, parking chaos. That's how I would describe it. And look, the whole area surrounding the university is increasingly congested. And to my mind, I think we need to listen to residents here. We need to get on top of the issue around building HMOs. They can't be built and then we just go along with it without planning permission. And then the second was that, there's a letter there from the university in support of the HMO. And I think that also university need to develop a strategy for student housing in the area near the campus. And we can't just have a plan, we can't have a situation where HMOs are just appearing everywhere. And it's very difficult now to get a family house in Rosemount. That's a fact. And so there has to be a way that we make sure that this is balanced, and we make sure that residents' voices are being listened to. So I would appeal to the committee members today, of which I'm not one, to listen to the residents and reject this application. And I thank the chair again for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hargan. Obviously, the protocol doesn't allow members to ask questions of any other members. So I'm going to thank you for your presentation, your contribution, and we're going to move on to the next stage. Okay, thank you. On this next stage, there's no... Okay, members, going to move on. There's questions for the officers now. If anybody has any questions for the officers, they can ask. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. I'll keep it brief. And obviously the main significant bone of contention here is the access, the movement, the parking, or lack of it, as people have said. As one for our officer team, the observation was made that the submissions in relation to parking were done at odd times and inappropriate times. I think, you know, the suggestion there was June and July, and in and around midnight. Now, I don't know, maybe in and around midnight, that's when you're going to see most cars parked. But June and July is not when you're going to see university parking or parking associated with university students. And obviously we have to note that on the paper here. The supporting letter from the university is that they intend to, well, how's the phrase here? Okay, well, a head lease scheme, they'll play their part in relation to a head lease scheme here. When are the appropriate times, or is there a statutory time? If there isn't, there should be, when parking surveys are carried out. So perhaps that's a difficult thing to do because every case is different. But you know, when normally do you see parking surveys carried out? I mean, in your experience over the years.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. You want to try and
Good, Chair. Yeah,
Thank you.
Chair. Yeah, look, it pretty much depends on the nature of the development. There is no published guidance for when a parking survey should be carried out. There's some supplementary guidance in terms of parking, roof uncrating places, etc. You know, relating to residential new build properties. But in terms of, for example, a HMO or a flat or in a residential area, we would expect, you know, as officers, if someone's carrying a survey, that they should have it at different times of day, AM, PM, and it should also take it in different times of the week, the weekend, during the week. Also, if it's for a HMO use, which in this locality is generally for student use, we would expect that they see it during term time. And I think I alluded to in my presentation that we were not given significant width to the parking survey submitted by the applicant on the basis that the June wouldn't be a time normally associated with student accommodation. So our written in terms of parking relates primarily to what is the requirement for parking in relation to this proposal. This proposal is for a HMO. Whilst we acknowledge that road service are saying that four spaces would be required, our view is that there is actually no published standards for a HMO. I think they're basing their standards on a residential property. But let's say that it's right, and it has a full standards are applied. We're saying that, and road service are acknowledging in their last response that there's a shortfall of one space within the location. We're saying in our report that we're giving width to two factors: the zonal aspect of the area plan, which deals with parking, TR5, which allows officers to consider the context of the site and the locality and the standards applied. And we've taken that into account in terms of the likely car ownership. Those going to be students. It's in a central area, highly accessible location. We don't believe that even the full 5 spaces that road service are talking about will be required. And we also take into account our observations when we went out on site. And when we are on site, we acknowledge that we weren't there on evening times, but the times that we were on site, there was at least one space available within walking distance of the number 1 Nicholson Terrace, which could meet the shortfall. And actually, there was more than one space available during our observations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Maggie. Councillor Boyle, any follow-up? Oh, okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Jackson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Maggie, and again, it's in relation to parking. The objectors referenced the restrictions that are in place in relation to parking and the 1 hour parking. Whenever the survey was carried out, or even whenever our own officers came out and visited the site, was that taken into consideration? Was that limited parking considered? And I suppose because it does pose a question around the 1 hour parking, whether that's appropriate for residential use. And then the follow-up question in relation to that is during any of those visits, did we acknowledge or witness any parking on double yellow lines? So no, it's just in relation to that.
Okay, Mark.
No, yep. Through the chair, yep. No, officers do be aware of no parking restrictions such as yellow lines, and particularly in the city centre, there will be the restrictions. During the site visits, the available spaces were within Nicholson Terrace itself, which I don't believe there's any parking restrictions other than the yellow lines. I don't know if there was any parked in the wrong places that they shouldn't be parked on the days that we were there. Like, no, in terms of restricted yellow lines, that is a traffic management issue that falls outside planning. Like, no, we can't manage that through consideration of this application, or we can't manage existing suppose inconsiderate parking that people may do at a time. And we also acknowledge that there will be peak times as well. Like, no, and I know we acknowledge the recent evidence put on the late items because of nearby uses such as the schools, etc. There will be times where there's more congestion or there's more pressure on parking. But we're looking at this in the whole, like, no, when we think as a whole that property exists at that location, that one can accommodate, one need for one more parking space in general. Like, no, when you take it on the round.
Thank you, Malachy. Thank you, Christopher. Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. Just regarding HMOs, and HMOs are coming up on a regular basis here, and on a regular basis we're seeing opposition to them from local residents. And the question being around planning and planning officers. Have they taken into consideration other places around where there's been issues with HMO and local communities, and have they given any consideration around, the possible of integration, slow integration, that allows HMOs to blend with local communities rather than conflict with local communities? That it appears that from everywhere locally there is opposition to HMOs, instead of that planners would consider how does communities embrace HMOs and have a positive contribution to HMOs rather than the completely conflicting, antisocial, drugs, drink, whatever. People want the connotation parking being another, children not being allowed to play, whatever. But there seems to be just completely conflicting. We have seen other areas, and it's sort of described as this group is described as being unique in the sense of its own. But how do we build, and is looking about saying as a planning committee and future planning committees, are we going to be sitting in 4 years' time just completely overridden by HMOs and going, where has the family unit gone? So I'm wondering, has there been any long-term strategic policies, principles being introduced saying, where are we going with this?
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. But maybe perhaps there's no policy at the minute, but but Malachy can elaborate on that for you.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I suppose in terms of the current context, I think it's well acknowledged that there is no regional HMO policy within the SPPS or any of the retained policies. And there's also no policy within the current area plan. Therefore, through case law and consideration of plan applications, it's established what we can consider in planning terms, what are material plan considerations. It's well established now that there's a limited amount of things that we can consider in a planning application in the HMOs. Primarily, these are parking and impact on character. When we say impact on character, we're talking about land use, not about, you know, the general feeling of an area or anything like that, or the atmosphere. It's about land use. So we do take into account the planning history. So that's why we would take into account, you know, what is the type of land uses in that area. And we have, I suppose, to make a judgment as a sense in our recommendation. When does the change, when does the number of HMOs change the character of a locality? I think in terms of this locality, there's one other HMO within the immediate street. And I think if approved, this would be a second, would take it up to like 13% of Nicholson Terrace, for example. I think roughly 10% of that wider area. Like, no, as officers, we feel that the predominant character is still intact. You're talking 80-90% is still going to be that single family occupied, you know, family. There is no block in planning terms. You can't have HMOs. So we have to consider, you know, an acceptable level of character. There might be different thresholds in different areas, but in terms of the wider context, yes, there is subject plans in Belfast, etc., which have limits and etc. in terms of percentage, where they can sort of look at a figure and say if it reaches that threshold, you're tipping over and they out of character. Now, in our wider context, you're all aware that the LDP is currently under independent examination. We have put forward proposed HMO policies, which will establish, you know, thresholds for character. Now, parking will always have to stand on its own, like, no, in each case on its own basis. But interestingly, we've also proposed policies in terms of the size of HMOs as well, like, no, which again has an impact on the amount of parking that we associate with a HMO, like, no. So that's the context going forward, and that's where we see it going in terms of the plan and policy. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, 100% with that. It's just if you want to call it, the creeping nature of it. You know, that there's just more and more we're hearing about it, and more we're seeing residents, meeting after meeting, residents come in and going, we're conflicting here. So from a planning committee perspective, we have to be careful that we're not creating just complete conflict and chaos out in the community. You know, so it's.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. I think it was helpfully outlined about the current nature of the policy and in the context of the new policy coming, but that's the gap we're in, I suppose, anyway. But Alderman Hussey, I see your hand up. You want to come in there?
Thank you, Chair. It's with regard to surveys that are reportedly carried out, and I'm looking at the timings that we've been told by residents these were taken at, and we're looking at 11 p.m. and essentially 2 at midnight. You know, so does Mallory think that that's appropriate? He did mention that they should be taken at various times of the day, and indeed the months that they were taken in with regard to student use anyway would be totally unrealistic. And indeed the school uses, you know, the school traffic that will be moving around the area at that time as well. So I would be concerned if that is the case, that the surveys were taken at those times, because they wouldn't reflect the situation that exists at other times of the year. I suppose one of the things we have to realize as well is that is the current situation that the residents are talking about, and they don't want an amplification of that. But at the same time, the current situation is unacceptable. And as Councillor Gallagher is referring to there, you know, when do we reach a tipping point? And that is something that has to be taken on board. And I'm also mindful that in a way, our Ulster University abrogating their responsibility to their students, because when I was at college, first couple of years I spent in halls of residence provided by college. You know, so what allowance or how are they providing themselves for their students? And you know, those first couple of years, of course, students eventually will want to move out into their own accommodation outside of the university control. But you know, those are issues that the university has to take on board as well. So I suppose the real issue is, in Malachy's opinion, were the surveys, if as at those times indicated and at those times of the years, were they appropriate? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Malachy, do you want to address that issue about surveys? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your chair. Yeah, look, I've already alluded to that we wouldn't be given much width in terms of the time of year that the surveys were carried out. That wouldn't be during a period that we would believe that there would be an intensity of the use. It's going to be associated with students mostly. In terms, I wouldn't have an issue in terms of the 11 o'clock survey. Like, no, you'd find that most people are at home in residential uses. That's when they're most likely to have their cars parked outside, etc. So that will give you an idea of the parking requirement associated with the use.
Chair, can I come back on that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, the daytime issue is also there as well. And we all know that there are people who maybe work in the city and will park in areas like this on the edges. So, you know, there are others who will park and cause obstruction and cause traffic issues, not just at 11 o'clock at night.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Hussey. Do you want that? Was that a question or more of a comment, or?
I think it's a comment, Chair.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Annie. Members, I'm going to move on now. I think we've questions to the officer. So if anybody any objections, we're going to move on now. Obviously, members, it's been well canvassed, this application. There's a recommendation to approve the application that's in front of you. So members, I'll pass over to yourselves, and if there's any proposals to come forward. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. So there was no big rush. No, and again, reading through the report and having a familiarity with the area, I can understand where officers are coming from in relation to this. It is at the Aegis Centre, and there is an allowance within policy to allow a less restrictive standard, or a lesser standard. Apologies, in relation to parking. But given and we've seen damages that's been submitted by the objectors, highlighting the ongoing concerns that they've got, and there's no doubt that the approval of this application would lead to the situation becoming worse. So on the grounds of access, movement and parking, I don't believe that the approval of this application is appropriate. There needs to be a much wider and scheme to address the parking issues that exist, particularly in those residential areas close to the city centre, and in turn they're close to the university as well. But there's huge issues in relation to parking that we're seeing in every committee. It seems to be in consecutive committees now that we're dealing with these issues. We're hearing from residents expressing their frustrations around the parking issues and the safety concerns the children of our city and district are facing. And from my perspective, I'm not comfortable. They ignore those concerns, and I think by approving this would be ignoring those concerns. So I am proposing that we refuse the application on the grounds of access, movement and parking. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, and for your proposal to not to recommend the application as it stands. We bring in Councillor Boyle. Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, we're probably going to have this conversation a number of times over the coming months and years, I would guess. Look, everybody understands and everybody appreciates that, you know, as a council, we've an ambition to see the growth in student numbers at the local university campus. We all want to see that. I do, of course, as well. And it's trying to balance all of that with the needs of local communities going forward. And Councillor Jackson's kind of outlined where the difficulties sometimes have arisen, and they certainly do appear to constantly arise around the access or lack of it, and the movement in and around areas, and indeed then the availability of parking. You know, the objectors submitted photographs of people parked on the double yellow lanes on the corner of Nicholson Terrace. Why do people park on double yellow lanes? It's usually because there's nowhere else to park, and they'll take the risk, and they might take the risk of taking a hit from the traffic wardens. But we can't risk local children in particular and elderly people, and it's their access and it's their movement that we have to be concerned about, I think. And the other interesting thing, and we're seeing this continually as well, is that family homes, which traditionally would have two sitting rooms downstairs, we're continually seeing that one of those rooms is now being converted into a bedroom. When you convert one of those rooms into a bedroom, you increase the capacity in that HMO, and then of course you increase the necessity for the ability for the people who live in that HMO to park. So again, I'm the other thing for me, I'm genuinely concerned about this, and I've seen it consistently, and that's kind of why I asked the question of Malachy as well. And it is that some of the surveys, I'm not saying everybody, I'm not even saying this particular traffic survey, but some of the surveys that we do see coming in front of us seem to sometimes be presented to us for the benefit of the applicant and not necessarily for the benefit of the other people who are living around there and objecting. And this particular survey doesn't convince me. And again, just like Christopher, I know this area extremely well. And bear in mind, obviously, that the local school is the model primary school, which is only yards away from this junction. But not only that, many of the children in this neighbourhood go to other schools. As a crow flies, there are 4 primary schools within less than a mile of this location. St Eugene's Primary School is probably less than half a mile away. Rosemount Primary School, as a crow flies across Brook Park, is probably about half a mile away. There's a lot of kids moving around here during the day. And if we're allowing a situation to develop where cars are parked willy-nilly and absolutely anywhere and everywhere, we're putting their health and their safety at risk. And, you know, the difficulty for me with this one in particular is the location of the proposed HMO. It's right on the corner. There are double yellow lanes all the way outside it, all the way around the corner, right up to the what used to be a wee shop there, and all the way down Academy Road, right to where the parking spaces are outside the school, which, as somebody already pointed out, are only available for 1 hour. So for all of those reasons, I'm going to second Councillor Jackson's proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So we have a proposal from Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Boyle, not to accept the officer's recommendation. So can we go to the vote there, Eamon, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we have an apology from Alderman Breslin. Alderman Hussey.
For the proposal.
Alderman Kerrigan.
For, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. For. Thank you. Councillor Boyle. Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Leonard.
For.
Thank you. We have an apology from Councillor McDade. Councillor McHugh.
Abstention, Chair, on the basis that I wasn't here for the entirety of the presentation.
Councillor Mooney.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
For.
And we have an apology from Councillor Unitas. So that's unanimous on the basis of the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, members. That application has been carried, not to accept the officer's recommendation. So we're going to move on to the next application. And I just wish those members in the public gallery a safe journey home for coming up here today. Okay, members, I'm going to move on to the next application, which is number 5 on your list. And that is LA 11 2022 0643F, erection of a farm building. Recommendation is to refuse, and Laura is going to take that application.
Good afternoon, members. Application LA 11 2022 0643 is for the erection of a farm building at lands 150 metres north of 232B Tamnian Road, Eglinton, and the recommendation is to refuse. So this is just the site location plan and an aerial image of the application site. As you can see, it's located there just off Tamnian Road. It's the middle part of a larger agricultural field. The land within the site is generally flat, and there's a watercourse running along the southwest and northwest boundaries of the field. So this is just some images of the application site. This is just an internal image of the field. This one here is just the application site along the roadside boundary. You can see there that there's a mature high hedgerow along that boundary. Aside from some scrub along the northwest boundary with the watercourse, the remainder of the boundaries of the site are undefined. The site isn't visible when travelling along the Tamnian Road due to the high hedgerow. Sites located in the rural area is defined by the Dairy Area Plan, and the immediate area is characterised by established single dwellings and farm holdings. So this slide outlines the policy context under which this application was assessed, including the RDS, the Dairy Area Plan, the SPPS, and Planning Policy Statements 2, 3, 15 and 21. In terms of consultations, as outlined in detail in the report, none of the consultees offered any objections to the planning application, and a number of them have requested conditions should permission be granted. So in terms of assessing the principle of this proposal, it's assessed under policy CTY 12 of PPS 21. So as set out in detail in the report, there are a number of different tests within policy CTY 12. So under policy CTY 12 initially, it must be demonstrated that the applicant, that the development is on an active and established farm holding. And the applicant has provided a Form P1C and farm maps. So consultation with DERA has confirmed that the business is currently active and established and has been for the last 6 years. However, they have confirmed that the site isn't located on land which is claimed by either the applicant's farm business or any other business. The agent in this respect has provided support and information which is detailed in the planning report, just to say that unfortunately they missed the deadline for the claims for 2023. So therefore that's why DERA have stated that it isn't located in any land claimed by the business. They've also, the agent has also provided support and information to state that the applicant has purchased the lands, but the financing of that has been through a personal friend, as they couldn't obtain funding. They further then advise that the dwelling that the applicant has approved at every road will fund the purchasing of the lands. No following that, and will therefore complete the sale, I suppose. However, whilst we have an email to that respect, I suppose we don't have any further support and information and that they provide any detail as to that agreement or any type of like contract between the applicant and the landowner. So therefore, when we consider all that, we consider the proposal as contrary to PPS 21 in this respect. At the site for the shed is not owned by the applicant. It isn't claimed by a farm business, and therefore doesn't form part of the applicant's agricultural holding, which is required by policy CTY 12. So another test under CTY 12 is that the agricultural building is necessary for the efficient use of the agricultural holding. This is required under Part A of the policy. So the landowner has confirmed that they do not farm the land at the application site. The land at this part consists of 2 agricultural fields. The applicant's principal farm buildings and yard are located at 75 Every Road, which is approximately 2.5 kilometres east of the application site. The applicant has provided information in terms of animal numbers, and DARA have confirmed the stock is held, whilst just not the same numbers that the applicant has provided. The agent again has provided supporting information, which states that the existing buildings aren't fit for modern farming. There are no buildings at every road for winter wellering of sheep or appropriate facilities. The new land at Tamneen Road are required to separate cattle and sheep for biosecurity, and the new farm building is modest in size and will be used for storage and lambing, and provides an isolation unit and vet inspection facilities. Therefore, given consideration to all that information, we conclude in balance that the applicant will require a new farm building and it is necessary for the efficient use of the holding. Again, another test of CTY 12 is that that where a new building is proposed, sufficient information needs to be provided to demonstrate that there are no suitable existing buildings on the holding or the enterprise. So as you can see there in the slide, this is the farmyard at Every Road and the existing buildings there. So it's 2 corrugated metal sheds. Officers consider that they aren't of a great standard and have low roof heights. The agent advises that they aren't suitable for the proposed use and they're currently used to capacity. As you can see in that image there, on the day of the site visit, they were used for storage and the housing of cattle. And the agent advises that separate facilities are required for housing cows and sheep. And so officers are content in this respect that there are no suitable buildings. You can see there that we're in agreement that they're not of a great standard. On the existing holding that could be used. So we're content that that applicant has demonstrated that. Then in terms of policy CTY 12, we have to consider the siting of the proposed building. It states that exceptionally consideration may be given to an alternative site away from the existing farm buildings, provided there are no other sites available in another group of buildings on the holding, and where it is essential for the efficient functioning of the business or that there are demonstrable health and safety reasons. So the agent has provided supporting information which states that the buildings are required for animal welfare reasons and biosecurity. Officers accept that, as we said, that, we may require a separate building. However, an agricultural building over 2 kilometres away from the existing buildings and the holding is not necessary for biosecurity reasons. In terms of this part of the policy, as I said, the existing existing buildings on the farm are significant distance from the proposed buildings. No further, detailed evidence has been provided as to why that they can't site beside the existing farm buildings on Every Road. You can see there just in the farm map in the lower portion of the slide. So the applicant's farm shed is located, existing sheds are located there, and they have a number of fields in that vicinity whereby officers consider that they could locate the proposed shed. So therefore, in that respect, the proposal is contrary to policy CTY 12, as the building isn't sited beside the existing farm buildings and exceptional circumstances haven't been demonstrated to merit consideration of the alternative site away from these buildings. So therefore, overall, under policy CTY 12, we don't consider the proposal to be acceptable in principle, but we do assess it further under the remaining parts of policy CTY 12 and CTY 13 and 14 of PPS 21. So in terms of design, integration and rural character, as you can see from the drawings, they're also included in the planning report. The building is considered to be appropriate rural design. It's not excessive in terms of scale or size. It's set back approximately 90 metres from the road, and as I detailed earlier, there's a mature roadside hedgerow which obscures views into the site. Minimal hedgerows required to provide the visibility displays, and the views will be limited just basically to when passing the site at this point. So therefore we consider that it complies with policy CTY 13 and 14 of PPS 21 and parts B and C of CTY 12 in that respect. In terms of amenity, there's no residential properties close proximity of the site which could be affected by the proposal in terms of noise or disturbance or odour. Environmental health have no objections. In terms of the access to the site, a new access is proposed onto the Tamnieren Road. Sufficient space can be provided within the yard for the parking and manoeuvring of vehicles. Roads don't have any objections subject to the condition of the visibility displays at the access. So therefore we're content that it complies with PPS 3. In terms of natural heritage, the proposed building isn't expected to be used for any livestock sheltering, and consultees have recommended that would be conditioned as well. It's not hydrologically linked, the designated sites, or it is hydrologically linked, but there's sufficient land buffer, and SAS and NIA have provided conditions should approval be granted, just in terms of buffers to the stream and whenever any construction works will be taking place. Therefore, we're content in terms of PPS 2. In terms of PPS 15, there is a section of fluvial floodplain and surface water flooding located in the northeastern portion of the site. DFA rivers have been consulted and they don't have any objections and recommend a freeboard. And that the area in the within the floodplain isn't raised, or that there's no storage. And they've also proposed conditions regarding the maintenance strip. So therefore the proposal complies with PPS 15. There has been one anonymous letter of objection received to the application, which disputing the land ownership. As I detailed previously, the applicant's advised that he's purchased the lands, but the finance has been provided by someone else. Form P2 and a PTA have been provided, and we have re-advertised and re-notified the application, but we haven't received any further representation. So overall, just to summarise, whilst officers accept that a new agricultural shed is necessary for the efficient use of the holding, and it's considered that the existing buildings are not suitable, the proposed site for the building isn't part of the agricultural holding, and the proposed shed isn't sited beside the existing buildings, which is required under policy CTY 12, and sufficient evidence hasn't been demonstrated to demonstrate that an alternative site away from the holding is necessary. So therefore we've recommended refusal for the reasons which are set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I'm going to ask if Lee Kennedy is online there. If Lee wants to make his presentation before the committee. Thank you, Lee. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm here today to ask for your support and approval of this plan application. This plan application has been submitted for the erection of a farm building on the applicant's farm holding as set out under policy PPA or policy CTY 3 of 12 of PPS 21. The planning officer's only reason for refusal are that the proposed buildings is not situated beside the existing buildings, nor do they accept the exceptional circumstances provided for building on the application site. Policy CTY 12 supports the approval of a building on the application site away from the established farm buildings. It states very clearly that, exceptionally, consideration may be given to an alternative site away from the existing farm buildings, provided there are no other available buildings at another or no other sites at another group of buildings on the holding. Planning officers have accepted there are no other group of buildings on this holding. Therefore, this proposal meets the second part of the policy criteria, as the new building is necessary for the efficient management, safety and vitality of the applicant's farm business. The applicant's farming credentials for operating an active and established farm holding have been verified by DERA during the course of this planning application. The applicant farms a total of 43 acres of land and trades in both sheep and cattle. His current stock level is 150 sheep and 23 cattle. Members will note that the applicant has his established farm holding at Irvie Road. These are located 2.5 kilometres from the application site. This established holding was recently granted planning permission by the PAC following the serving of an enforcement notice for the removal of the sheds and farmyard in October 2020. This new building on the Tamnairn Road is necessary for the efficient management of his farm holding by separating the livestock, improving productivity and performance, and preventing unnecessary journeys back and forward to the main yard at Irvie Road. These lands at Tamnairn are prime agricultural grazing land, where the lands at Irvie Road is rough, mountainous, mossy land of little or no agricultural merit. The existing land and farm buildings at Irvie Road are not adequate for the efficient management of the farm business, as they are restricted in size, disjointed, and built ad hoc over the years to accommodate the applicant's extent in farming business. It's very difficult to measure a cattle and sheep flock together in the existing farmyard and surrounding lands, as the existing buildings are restricted and the lands are poor, posing a high risk to the welfare of the livestock due to the lack of appropriate facilities and isolation units for diseased animals. This new unit is necessary to provide much needed secure accommodation for feed, winter housing of livestock, and it will also provide appropriate facilities for the breeding and lambing of sheep in accordance with DCSDC guidelines for sheep farming. DCSDC guidelines also on biosecurity is that herds, flock and other animals should not be allowed to mix on farms due to the major risk of cross-contamination. Prior to foot and mouth in Northern Ireland, biosecurity on farms was non-existent, but in recent years it's become a major issue with cross-contamination. Any new livestock the farm holding is supposed to be kept in isolation for 21 days. This new shed offers a secure building of modern design, offers an isolation unit away from the main yard, reducing the risk of disease between the cattle and the sheep. The applicant also advised the land on Tamnairn are prime agricultural lands that don't come up for sale too often, and that's the reason why he jumped on to buy it at the time. This is not a large shed, it's a small, modest size, purpose-built agricultural shed with a footprint of 165 square metres and an overall height of 5 metres. It has no adverse impact on the surrounding environment, visual amenity or rural character, as it's set back 90 metres from the roadside behind an existing strong roadside vegetation. It offers no view to anyone passing. This shed will be finished in a green coloured corrugated metal tin cladding similar to the other agricultural sheds in the surrounding area. Thank you for your time and willing to address any questions.
Thank you, Lee. I'm going to just see now if any members have any questions for you, members.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
I can go ahead there.
Unless there's anyone else in front of me, Chair. No. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Right, Chair. I have a number of questions here. I'm just looking to touch base here. So, Mr. Kennedy might have to make a few notes here. I was just querying, I suppose, firstly there, the land has been purchased by Mr. Feeney, and I'm assuming it's not just the application site, it is the two fields on Tamnairn Road. And I was just wondering the size of that plot. I know Lee has made reference to 43 acres there of the existing plot, but I'm just wondering the size of that plot. I was just querying the farm activity that Mr. Feeney was carrying out. And what does he do effectively with stock? Does he winter stock, or does he sell out before the winter time, and does he buy in stock in the springtime? Just querying his type of farm activity. Further to that, Mr. Kennedy has made reference to the question then as well about fodder. What way, if he does keep stock in the winter time, does he buy in fodder? Does he make brown bales of silage? It's just he has made mention there in his comments there about the rough kind of mountainous and moss land on the existing farm holding. Now, whenever I'm looking at the maps of the existing farm holding, as far as I see, there is an image there and it's a reference to field 1A. And when I look at that, that looks like that's been cut for silage. So you wouldn't be doing that on a rough mountainous or mossland. You wouldn't be making silage on it, like it wouldn't be happening. So I'm just querying on that. That's my view on that one. I do have a number here, Chair, but I'll just rattle on here. Why is the shed not been built on the existing holding? As a question, why not? There's a area there. Why not build there? If that is good agricultural ground that Mr. Feeney is purchasing, why not keep it as agricultural ground, and why not cut that? You know, anyone else there and farming into things, you'll build your shade on your worst ground, and you'll keep your better ground for cutting silage on. Now, that seems to be back to front, and my reading of it here. Another issue is, why were the farm subsidies not claimed? Now, Mr. Kennedy has made reference there about a deadline was missed. You can miss the deadline, you can still submit it after the deadline. There's a deadline the 15th of May. Mr. Feeney knew to submit his application for his existing farm holding before the 15th of May. Why did he not include these additional fields? Further to that, I mean, there's nothing stopping him putting it in. He could put it in today if he needed to. Now, you'll be penalised on it, but you could put it in at any stage. You know, so I don't buy this missing a deadline. That's doesn't sit well with me. Further to that, I'm going on to then, I had a query with the stock levels. I know a man can buy and sell stock, but as stock levels were, as cattle were 40% of what he was claiming, according to the DAERA, and his sheep were 25% of what he was claiming, according to DAERA. A wee bit of issues there where the stock levels been down. He makes mention in his notes, and sorry, I hope Mr. Kennedy is making notes here because I have a lot of questions in this.
I hope so, Keith.
Yeah, I hope so, because I don't want to repeat it. He makes mention on the notes about the existing sheds and overused with storing of machinery. Whenever I looked at those pictures, there was no machinery in them. So, you know, I had a query in that one. Further to that, the existing sheds is makes mention of animal welfare and concerns about animal welfare, and yet this new shed that's been built, it's said in there that it's not going to be used for any significant livestock sheltering. Surely that's a contradiction. And another issue then following on from that, well, I'm coming to a close now, Chair.
Thank you.
One thing is slurry storage. There's not a tank in this new shed. I mean, if you're even your house and lambs or ewes and you're looking to lamb them, you need slurries facilities. You need facilities to get to dispose of effluent and of the slurry. And there's nothing in that shed. So that shed is not for livestock. So that's not, in my view, a farm shed. Another act, he does mention there of cross-contamination, and that, look at that shed that's been built. There's no ventilation in it. If you were to put livestock in there, there's no ventilation in it. It's cladded right round. Any shed that's going up that stock are going into, and even it's been claimed it's going to be used for lamb and ewes, you need ventilation. The ventilation's not there in that shed, according to what I see. So, and my last point, Chair, and it's maybe a wee bit of an awkward one, is height. It's made mention of the height of the existing farm buildings, and I'm just wondering, have we got a figure for the height of the existing farm buildings? Because as far as I see, the biggest implement that's sitting there is a Fiat 780 DT tractor. And I mean, that is, I know the height of that. So if he can tell me the height of the access into the existing sheds, I'll see if that tractor will fit into it or not. So, but Chair, that's my list at the present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Lee, there's quite a lot there, so I hope you've taken a good note down, and if you could do your best to answer Alderman Kerrigan's queries. Very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alderman, for your many questions. I'll try and address them as best as possible. In terms of the land at Tamnia Road, there's 7.5 acres. The applicant tells me the 7.5 acres, as you rightly point out, is prime agricultural grazing land, and that is the reason why he bought it, because it doesn't come for sale too often in and around that area, and he reckons that he was very, very lucky of getting it. In terms of his farm subsidies, the applicant is not very good of paperwork. He tells me difficult reading and writing, and he has to get somebody else to do the paperwork on the farm for him. The reason why it wasn't claimed before this year was because when they purchased the land, there was a deal to keep the existing farmer on it for that year. The applicants only got it then last year, and then he went to submit the subsidies on it, and he's telling me that the guy had missed the date. The guy who does the subsidies application had missed the dates from. He also tells me at present, I think there's 35 or 40 sheep in the Tamnear site. In terms of the existing farm holding, he's telling me the reason why he doesn't want to go there because the ground is very, very poor and it's very, very mossy. Anybody who knows that area or who's been on that site would know that the ground is very, very poor and it's not good for keeping livestock or grazing. The existing sheds, if you can look at the photographs, it's been built out of telegraph poles, which he tells me they had to put on a significant distance under the ground to get a foundation to build off on. And that's why he wants to move this shed to the Tamnear Road. In terms of farming in the Tamnear Road application, he's telling me the shed is going to be used for the breeding of lambs during lambing season. Now, in terms of ventilation, I'm not a farmer, so I can't answer that question. But that's the nature of the shed. The plans have been provided. In terms of the tanks and slurry, again, I'm not a farmer. I agree there's no tanks or slurry there. I haven't asked him, I haven't questioned him about where it goes at present. He told me during the planning appeal for the application on Irvie Road that it's taken to a blower's farm. We went through the planning appeal here. I was told to the commissioner at that time and she accepted it. It was Commissioner O'Neill from what I believe. In terms of the ownership of the site, he has purchased that through Terry McLaughlin, who is a friend, and he's been an employee of the McLaughlin family for 40 years, I'm told. The McLaughlin family also paid the fees for the planning appeal on the Irvie Road. They paid a significant planning fee to the PAC, and they also paid the professional fees towards me and our consultants at that time. In relation to sheds, machinery and stuff, you will see that there's a lot of stuff on the holding. There's a lot of stuff that has been kept outside. I'm not sure of the appropriate height of the door under the existing sheds in Irvie Road, so I can't tell you if the tractor will fit in or will it not fit in. But any time that I've been in Irvie Road, there has been a lot of materials which have been stored outside in terms of machinery. I hope that answers all of your questions. If I missed any, come back to me.
Thank you, Lee. Alderman Kerrigan, are you content with those answers?
Chair, I'm content with the answers. Well, I'm content there's answers have been given, but I'm just not content it's a farm shed.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. I'm going to move on. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. If I don't get elected the next time, I'll be a farmer. I think. The lessons I get today. I see in your opening remarks, you says that this is on the holding. And our report says it's not. How can you convince us it is on the holding?
Go ahead, Lee. Thank you.
The land at Tamnear Road is now included within the applicant's farm holding. He has got sheep on it, and he is farming it. So I believe, in terms of the policy, it is on his holding.
Councillor Gallagher.
I'll keep a question for the officers.
Okay. Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, I only have one or two questions you might be glad to hear. My questions in regards to the ownership of the site. I've read through the report and some of the wording.
Maybe can you just mute your mic here, please? I think there's some feedback coming through. Thank you.
Right. So maybe I'm just failing to wrap my head around it, but some of the wording just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm reading here that the applicant purchased the site using money lent to him by TMC, but then I'm also reading that TMC owns the site and the site ownership will transfer once money has been paid. So my understanding of that is TMC has essentially just bought the site by proxy through the applicant. So I suppose I'd just like a bit of clarification on the ownership of the site and maybe why the applicant decided to go about it the way he did, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming, can you answer those?
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. The applicant is an employee of TMC, Terry McLaughlin, and Crow for 40 years. He went to get a loan when these lands came up. I'll tell you what happened. The background to the whole purchasing of this land was the planning department served an enforcement notice, I think it was October 2020. These lands were purchased in September 2021. The applicant got his approval for his farm sheds in October. But between the application, between the enforcement notice coming, being served, and him getting his approval, these lands came for sale. He went to banks, he went to all the usual suspects to see if he could get a loan or a mortgage for the lands. They wouldn't give it to him. This is totally a finance agreement or a finance model between the two guys. Is that once the money is paid off, the legal ownership of the site will transfer then to Mr. Feeney. This is a normal, in terms of construction, I've seen this is a normal funding model. There's local developers who finance schemes through private money, and once the private money is paid back, the ownership of the land is transferred to them, or the ownership of the buildings. It's a similar funding model in terms of this agricultural farm home. I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Thank you, Lee. Councillor Fleming, do you want any follow-up?
Thank you for your answer. Follow-up.
Members, any other questions for Mr. Kennedy?
Chair, can I just come back on to as well in terms of one of the questions that Councillor Carrigan came on and says that it was not, he didn't believe that this was a farm shed.
Lee, can you just maybe answer quickly because we're trying to move on here? Thank you.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that if it's not a farm shed, there will be a planning condition restricting the use of the shed to agricultural, and if there's anything else that goes on in that shed, the planning department can take enforcement action. Mr. Feeney's already been through enforcement action. He didn't like it. He'll not be doing anything like that again. That is the reason why he's actually submitted the planning application on this occasion, because he wants to comply with the planning regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we move on to any questions for the officers?
Chair.
Yes, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you. Just one quick one. Lee, you referred to a picture showing machinery.
Derek, we've moved on from Lee. Now we're at officers' questions for the officers, unfortunately.
I've had my hand up.
I didn't see it, but sure, go ahead. We can.
It's a very quick one. Lee referred to a picture showing machinery in the yard. The only picture I can see is a tractor trailer, a boat, and a load of rubbish. Which picture are you referring to?
Go ahead, Lee.
Yes, Councillor Hussey. The picture in the application pack, but I also said whenever I was on the farm holding, there have been a lot of machinery and stuff there.
Thank you, Lee. You content, Alderman Hussey?
Well, I can only go by what I see in front of me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members. Thank you, Lee, for your presentation there. Going to move on to Laura now. Has any members got any questions for Laura? Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. And I put the question to, I mean, there's a few around ownership and all the rest. The report says that this is not part of the holding, and from what I'm hearing, I didn't get very much convinced by the applicant that it is. So the question asked is, as in this report, it says it's not part of the holding. So at some stage, there may be something like an add-on, what I'm trying to surmise, and then that add-on from the applicant is saying, well, it's part of the holding, but there seems to be a report saying it's not the holding. So where is it at?
Well,
That on. Sorry. Yeah. So Where we are, ordinarily to assess if it's part of the farm holding, it will be located on the applicant's farm maps. So unless the applicant's made a claim on the fields, it won't be on the farm maps. Therefore, it's not on his farm maps because he hasn't claimed these fields. And then in terms of the ownership, like we're aware, and as agent has stated, like the fields are still in the ownership of TMC, and they're in the process of an agreement and a purchase in the lands. So they're neither on the applicant's farm maps and they're not currently in the applicant's ownership. So our assessment is then that they're not on the applicant's farm holding. Like it's answer.
And Dara has been saying the same.
Yeah, Dara have confirmed that they're not in the holding. Yeah.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, Paul. Alderman Hussey, do you want to come in there? Have you got a question for Laura, Derek? Anybody else have got any questions for Laura?
Apology, my hand up mistake.
Sorry, Keith, do you want to come on there? Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Thank you very much. Apologies there. I'd muted myself. Sorry about that. Laura, just a quick one there. And I do apologise there. I'm just querying there, but you've kind of touched upon it there about the land ownership, because I just had concerns about that, because as I say, as far as I see, it's the man that owns the ground, or I know it might be a limited company status, this, that, and the other, but the ground's still not in Mr. Finney's name, and therefore she had been built and then ultimately been signed over to him at the tail end. I just had difficulties with it. But Laura, we've had very detailed applications in for farm sheds, and I can think on applications there outside Eglinton, and milking parlours and different things there. And I know this is a modest farm shed, but I mean, was there not concern sort of thought upon ventilation for stock, or even lack of slurry storage for stock? Whenever that application came in, just touching on that very basically. But thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Keith. Laura, do you want to go ahead there?
Yes, I suppose we just assess, the application and the building which is before us, and in terms of the use of the shed, I suppose the applicant advised, that it's only to be used for storage and then lambing and for veterinary inspections and stuff. So we didn't get into the detail of ventilation and things like that, because we weren't expecting that this was going to be used for permanent housing of animals. So hope that answers your question.
Very, very briefly, Chair. But
go ahead, Keith.
On those plans, I don't see any stock handling equipment on that shed. So there's no for dealing with farm inspections or dealing with the vet. I don't see any gates or any crush pen or nothing on that shed to deal with that. So I have a problem with that as well.
All right, thank you, Keith. I'm not sure if there's a question there, or that's merely a comment. Can you?
More comments, sorry, Chair.
More comments. Thank you, Keith. Thank you for that. Okay, members, I don't see anybody else having any questions for the officer, but so there's a proposal before you. I'll leave it over to yourselves. Thank you.
Chair.
Sir Gallagher, go ahead there.
Sure, but listening to the tone previous, but it'll be the same. Chair, I propose we go with the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Kerrigan.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I'm content to second Councillor Gallagher's proposal.
Okay, thank you, Keith. Okay, members, we have a proposal from Councillor Gallagher, seconded by Alderman Kerrigan, to accept the officer's recommendation, and that is to refuse the application. And we can go to the vote, please, Eamon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is LA11 2022-0643F. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan.
For, Eamon.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Barr. For. Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
I'll have to abstain. I had to leave the room.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Abstain. I had to leave the room.
Thank you. Councillor Leonard.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McDavid, have an apology. Councillor McHugh.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Mooney.
Or.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Or.
Thank you. And Councillor Neelis, we have an apology. So that's unanimous.
Thank you, Eamon. That application is carried on that basis. Just give me a second, members.
We didn't have any break. We didn't have any lead on time. They, you know, I don't want to say them if they do it quickly. You know, if they not do it quickly.
Let's turn up on it.
Mike's on, Eamon.
I think we come back tomorrow, even though it's.
Okay, members, I've just taken deliberation there from the city solicitor. Unfortunately, we ran over our time. So it's going to be a reconvened matter tomorrow. So we'll hopefully see you all back here 2 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, thank you for your attendance today. Contributions?
No, we
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey.